The Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee will begin now. Ms. Davis.
Roll call. Ms. Beebe? Ms. Beebe is present. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett is present. Ms. Bofi?
Here.
Ms. Bofi is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Ms. Destug?
Here.
Ms. Destug is present. Mr. Garvey? Mr. Garvey is absent. Mr. Gio?
Present.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill?
Present.
Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Ms. Orange Jones? Ms. Orange Jones is absent. Mr. Romer?
Here.
Mr. Romer is present. Mr. Nakhan?
Present.
Mr. Nakhan is present. You have a quorum.
Thank you.
We'll begin with item 2.1, which was originally consented, but we have public comment for. So item 2.1 is on page 1. Consideration of requests from local education agencies for waivers of policy contained in Bulletin 1706, Regulations for Implementation of the Children with Exceptionalities Act, Subpart 2, Regulations for Gifted Talented Students, submitted by the State Superintendent. The Department recommendation is to approve.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Ms. Barrios,
Item 1 and 2, just for clarification.
the consent agenda. You agree with that, Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Consent agenda policies.
Yes.
Lee Barrios, retired former gifted teacher from St. Tammany Parish. I want to take an opportunity to speak to this issue, although your mind has probably been made up on this. I fully, of course, support what is considered nationwide to be one of the premier gifted and talented programs that our state offers. And I hate to see it watered down in any way, shape, or form. I realize some of these rural schools that have fewer gifted students have and want to and need to accommodate those students have difficulties when you have very few students, in this case 1 or 2, at quite a few schools. However, I believe the situation needs to be looked at to improve our gifted and talented programs rather than water it down. In this case, you have a gifted teacher who's providing services for 6 grades, 1 through 6, and 52 students. And the parish is asking to be able to increase the caseload of these teachers. There are a number of other teachers, let's say 6 other gifted teachers in the district that are providing services to 16 schools. So they're obviously itinerant, 118 students. This teacher did not want to give up her school to be itinerant also, so she's willing to teach that many students, not to mention performing that many 52 or more IEPs. The law says that you can give a waiver for 2 students over the state number, except, and you can increase that with the executive approval of the Department of Ed, which I presume means Superintendent White. Also, a big objection or concern I have with determining the effectiveness of this in the end of it based on the percentage of gifted students who achieve advanced or mastery on state assessments. There's so many problems with that. Besides being an invalid and unreliable measure, the system is in transition, so really there's not going to be any comparative capability. The gifted teacher, if she's seeing 6 different grade levels, 52 students, she's not teaching these students all day. Therefore, she is not in control of their performance.
Can you wrap it up, Ms. Barrios?
So I recommend that you not offer this waiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Members, I would just say that we have been in conversation. We have the same goals that Ms. Barrios was just saying. We've been talking with the superintendents and their administrations, their chief academic officers. I think we understand the situation. What the arrangement that we worked out with them essentially is that the continuation of this and any further waivers would be predicated on sustained achievement levels of those kids. So we're going to be monitoring it, but they've assured us that they have plans in place to support the teachers, and I think we have to have confidence in these people who are the employers of those teachers.
Thank you.
Madam
Any other
Chairman,
questions?
I'd like to speak to my
Yes,
motion. This board has always been very consistently, historically, been very supportive of all things gifted and talented. We realize that that is a segment of the student population that there's some beliefs that those students, because they have the capability to do well, will do well no matter what happens. I don't believe that. But at the same time, this waiver request is coming at the same time that this board really has adopted a different mindset, in that we believe that the districts should be empowered and charged to make the decisions that are best for their students, especially in light of the financial constraints that many of our districts are facing. So that's why I support. I mean, this is consistent with some of with previous waivers the board has granted. It's also consistent with the proposed changes in Bulletin 741. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Bubby?
I just appreciate the superintendent for making sure that the districts have the adequate supports in place for the teachers. For the ones where you're talking just a few students over the ratio, those are things that do not present a red flag to me. It's when we get up to, I think it was the one with the 62 students. So we have to respect the fact that teachers are going to need additional supports, and I think it's important for the districts to, when we start looking at ratios that are that much beyond what we recommend, that they start thinking about other ways to meet these needs.
Thank you, Ms. Bubby. Anyone else? Hearing none, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Anyone opposed? Please say nay. Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 2.2 on page 8. Consideration of the fall 2012 report entitled Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills, Dibbles next. Student reading ability for kindergarten, first, second, and third grades. The department recommendation is to receive.
Do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion to receive.
Thank you, Ms. Bubby. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Bennett, thank you. I just want to say, first of all, that we thank you so much for all of you being here. It's wonderful to have a good group, and we are glad when people are involved and have things that they want to say. But I must tell you, at this time, we will stick to a firm 3-minute policy so that every speaker has their opportunity to come to the front and say what they want to say. So if you have multiple speakers and you want to compile your time, we would allow that as well. But please know that it's not... we wish we could let you have all day to say all that you wanted. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury of time, and so we will stick to our 3-minute limit so that everyone who wants to speak will have that opportunity. Any board member have a question or comment on this item?
I have a comment.
Mr. Romer.
I appreciate the report. I would like in the future, and perhaps it's just I'm the only one that would like this, so let's find if no one else does. We don't have to do it. When we're comparing, when you're looking at the charts, the data, I would like to see the kindergarten, first, second, third grade data presented on the same line, so that, for instance, if you took, I'm just going to take the first one, for instance, Branch Elementary on page 15, and this is their school score in kindergarten. And I would like to see how Branch Elementary then did in first grade and then did in second grade. I know it's in here, and I can certainly go find it. But in terms of looking at a report, I would like to see if that number improves from kindergarten, first, second, and third grade, because certainly that would indicate progress within those schools. And I think that's important for us to see, that perhaps they aren't entering school kindergarten ready, but that the district is doing a very good job moving them forward by the time they get to third grade. I think that would be easier to understand and comprehend if the data was presented slightly differently. So lots of good data here. I would recommend we change the chart somewhat so that we can see what may or may not be progress within that school. Does that make sense? I don't know who I'm speaking to right now.
I think you do.
We will be more than happy to oblige on that. I certainly understand the issue and can make those data available.
Because I will make a further comment. I did look, some of these numbers, I'm going to be quite frank, they're disturbing. Some of the numbers are disturbing, that we don't have more kids that are ready according to our own standard. However, if you did take some of the schools, for instance, where you took the kindergarten number there was significant progress by the time they got to third grade. Not enough progress, but there was significant progress. I think that needs to be, we need to spend more time actually analyzing that data to see where progress is being made and where perhaps it's not being made.
Thank you, Mr. Romer. Ms. Buckby?
Well, I'd like to, I appreciate Mr. Romer's comments, but I'd like to offer as well that if we want to look at groups of students and how those groups of students progress over time, that we would follow cohorts as opposed to snapshots in years to get a more accurate picture about how our different groups of students are doing.
I agree.
Thank you, Ms. Buckby. Board members that made the motion, we need to also add that we would ask the LDE to bring this to the House and Senate Education Committee as mandated by RS 17182. Are you agreeable?
Yes.
Thank you. Who's second?
Opie.
We have a motion on the floor. Are there any other comments, questions? All those in favor say aye. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion carries.
Okay, your next item is on page 93. Item 2.3, consideration of the Early Childhood and Education Network Framework and Recommendations as required by Act 3 of the 2012 regular legislative session. The department recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Ruth? Any comments or questions from the board members?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Lee.
I think early childhood education is important. I think this is good legislation. I think it needs to be coordinated. I know there's some concern about how that should be done, and there does need to be time and consideration and involvement of all of those that are interested, but we need coordination, and we need more attention to early childhood education. So I think this is a good movement.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Any other comments or questions? If not, Mr. Rummer?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I certainly would appreciate the presentation by the department, and then I would appreciate the public comment thereafter before perhaps we may ask more questions.
Absolutely. So if no one's in objection, we will go to the department for their presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're going to show a relatively brief presentation that outlines the framework for the Early Childhood Care and Education Network. Members, if I could just take you back to the origins of all of this, and then I can talk about what it is exactly that we are asking your approval of today. If you remember, in the past legislative session, the legislature passed Act 3 of the legislature. It was passed in both houses unanimously. And what effectively it said is that in light of the fact that we have a fragmented early childhood system of care and education that is managed by multiple agencies across the state, from health and hospitals to child and family services to education, through multiple funding streams, whether they're federal or state, that we have a system that effectively has inconsistent standards with inconsistent enrollment practices and has inconsistent outcomes. And the legislature called on the board to ultimately adopt and oversee the creation of a unified network of early childhood care and education services. Over the last 6 to 8 months since that time, we've been working with stakeholders, many of whom are in the audience today, and in the creation of a framework. And the law calls for specific points along the way at which we are to essentially check in and have a final checkpoint with those groups. And then this is the first checkpoint officially with the board. You are called upon to consider this proposal today. And in light of this adoption of a framework, we are then to go forward and make policy and to implement that policy in the ensuing years, such that by 2015-2016, the network is at full implementation. And so let me just highlight that kind of process dimension of this, because unlike a lot of the things that the board approves on a meeting-to-meeting basis, you are not today approving a specific regulation, you're not approving a rule, you're not approving anything that's going to take effect tomorrow. This is just a stopping point along the way, at which point you're approving or not approving the concept. This is a concept that we have worked on with many in the room. I want to thank our fellow agencies, Child and Family Services, as well as Health and Hospitals, who have been tremendous partners through this. I want to thank the Child Care Association. I want to thank all of the advocacy groups, unions, and others who have been with us to advise us at various points along the way, as well as a set of elected officials and legislators who really have taken the lead in advising us. Certainly both of our committee chairs on education, as well as other members of those committees who have taken a deep, deep interest in this. And so my thanks to all of them for working with us in this process. Why don't we move forward in the presentation? And I'm going to ask Jenna Conway. I would also extend a thanks before we do this to the department staff. Jenna has really guided us through this process. She was working with Carrie Laster on this. Lisa, who is somewhere I just saw as well, and I don't see her there, but she was there, and Jessica Bagyan has done a lot of work on this as well. Really, the team has just done such fantastic work to pull this together, and so I extend my thanks to them. Let me start just by describing the intent of it, which is that it is, as Mr. Lee, as you said, to ensure that we have equitable and excellent outcomes for early childhood education. I think Mr. Romer said it well. When you look at the DIBELS numbers in our early elementary grades, you see the outcomes in effect of the way that we're preparing kids birth to 5. You have already gone down the road of beginning the adoption of early childhood standards, birth to 5, and that process was set in motion well before this. So we're on our way, and this is really just a continuation of that. So the objective here is developmental and academic preparedness for kids entering kindergarten. The process, as I said, includes required steps along the way. Bright Start, the Non-Public School Commission, the Child Care Association, these have been groups that we have worked with throughout the process and have called upon for guidance. And the most recent juncture was our presentation publicly of this and then subsequently to the Child Care Association in late October. Overall, our approach was well received. There were points of emphasis such as continued engagement with those groups. In other words, the groups that said we don't want the engagement to stop here. And so we've committed to say, let's use Bright Start as the place where we continue to have really systemic feedback given on a intermittent basis so that we're continuing to have these checkpoints. They shared the strategy, they shared a consensus around our rollout strategy being one that they endorsed. We did not go into this thinking that we would have a kind of piloting strategy, but we certainly came out of our whole process realizing that this longer-term rollout, where you effectively have these checkpoints, you pilot some elements of this, then you make policy, then you pilot some more checkpoints and so on, a more iterative process going forward where you pilot in small pieces rather than try to go all in on the implementation is the right way to go, and that's been broadly supported by our partners. I think there have been cautions regarding specific pieces along the way, but there's, I think, a general sense that if we maintain this idea of checkpoints along the way, working with stakeholders and piloting our work over a 3-year phase-in process, we will come out with the right product. And why don't we continue to move through the feedback? So let's just talk about quickly, just for the purpose of reiteration, what exactly the approach is. And we started with the problem. We discussed the idea of the coordination of a network, but if you see under bullet point 3, the network itself really has 4 key strategies, and this is what I want to lay out for you members today. The first is the idea of fair, transparent, outcomes-based system for assessing the quality of our centers, our programs, and our schools. The second is the idea that government should distribute funding resources to centers, programs, and schools based on that system. The third is that you should give families equitable access with clear information to those systems. And fourth, that all of this will only work if we can help our educators and child care providers enhance their skills as well to provide the best possible care and education to our kids. equity in those areas, equity of outcomes, equity of resources, equity of access, and equity of workforce is what this network seeks. Whether you're a private school, whether you're a child care center, whether you're a public pre-kindergarten, whether you're a private pre-kindergarten, we should seek equity in those 4 areas across the network. Why don't we move that? Okay, so strategy 1, just to talk very quickly about each of the 4 pillars. The first pillar is about fair and transparent outcomes. Already in our state, we have a well understood and oft used accountability system. The accountability system says essentially, if you are to be licensed in our state, you are to use a rating system that rates the environment in which a child develops and in which a child learns in birth through 5 education. And this STAR system is familiar to many of you. What we are proposing today is a couple of things. Number 1, to use our birth to 5 standards, which will be ultimately promulgated this spring, and apply those standards to all early childhood, birth through 5, centers, programs, and schools. Second, to expand the way that we assess quality in centers, programs, and schools from just assessing the learning environment to assessing how the child has herself developed and learned. And this would require that additional assessments that are used today in some schools and centers be used in all schools and centers. And that this board would effectively then oversee the design of that accountability system that is now expanded beyond just assessing what was the environment like, but assessing how well did the children actually develop and learn. Let me highlight for the board this. We have yet to administer these assessments. We have certainly, therefore, yet to develop any rating system. You are not approving a formula, like our letter grade formula. You're not approving a rating system. You're not approving the assessments. Our proposal is to pilot assessments of various kinds to figure out what really does work, what is necessary, what are the logistical challenges, how do you translate these things into a rating formula, such that it's over the course of the next year that we would actually get to a point where we say, well, this is how we think you can assess a child's development and child's learning in that way. And then subsequently, this is how you could apply that to a rating system. We are just asking you today to approve this concept, and we would then go pilot it in a number of circumstances. With respect to funding, today you have certain agencies making decisions about how many seats there are going to be in this program, in this parish, at this per capita dollar amount. You have another agency making the exact same decisions about a different program, but never talking to the other agency. So you could have a situation where you have unequal funding and too many seats in one parish and not enough seats in another because there isn't a coordinated way of making decisions. Second, we may be sending a large amount of money to a facility that is not teaching kids to be ready for kindergarten, and then really underfunding potentially places that are doing a great job on this. And so what we're proposing here is one decision-making process around how dollars are allocated, conducted under this board by this agency, such that we have an equitable distribution of seats across all of our programs, NSCCD, LA4, Head Start on down, and that we tie the continued funding of programs to their ability to prepare children for early elementary grades, developmentally as well as academically, whether it is a child care center, whether it is a pre-kindergarten, to prepare students, children, is the basis on which we would continue funding. We haven't established any standards for this, haven't rewritten any rules for this. Instead, we would go and work with specific localities at this point to try to pilot greater coordination across the programs to see how it works. Can we actually locate all of our 3- and 4-year-olds? Can we identify in a given locality that every single one of them is enrolled in a program? That's a first step. We've got to find out in piloting, and then we would take it to the level of creating policy. Third, families right now have inconsistent access and inconsistent information, because in order to understand what your options are, you have to essentially go to any one of a given number of providers and centers. You might apply to 6 different places. You might apply to 1. You might get into 6. You might get into none. So what we are proposing instead is the creation of a unified system whereby parents would be able to say, okay, if I understand that this is the quality of a given center, if the agency is funding centers based on that quality, that they could say, okay, I understand on one piece of paper, on one website, all of my options given my locale, and I'm able to apply to them through one process rather than through multiple different processes driving around town with very little transparency as to how it is that I got in. And they're getting clearer information. Now, let me also note that it's been pointed out by my colleagues at CCAL, my colleagues at Education Next Horizons, and others, that the logistics of this are immensely challenging. We're not going to run an enrollment process for every parish in this state from some room in this building. At the same time, we know there can be greater coordination. And so, as I said, what we will do is work with given localities through a pilot structure whereby they would bring their programs together, and we would, on a pilot basis, ask them to conduct a more transparent and coordinated process across the programs. Fourth, we know that we're going to have to give every member of the workforce, whether they're a pre-kindergarten teacher, whether they're a child care provider, whether they're an employee in a Head Start center, we're going to have to give them every possible option in terms of upgrading their own skills in order to meet these new rigorous standards. And we know that this is the great challenge. And what we have proposed is to unify the tools that educators and care providers have for their own self-improvement. Right now, in some programs, there's access to mentoring. In some programs, there's access to tax credit dollars. In other programs, there's not. We want to, across our network, make resources that are currently available in one program available to all. That starts with having one official set of standards for what it means to be a certified professional early childhood care and education provider that we're working with the regents on establishing, so there is one path. It means aligning tax credits for employees with that path. And it ultimately means then making mentorship, professional development resources, whether they're online or whether they're in person, available to all educators and care providers, rather than just having these dollars separated by whatever program you're in. A true network of professionals. So that by 2015-16, all educators and care providers who are employed in this network are on a path toward truly being able to fulfill and achieve its standards. And then in terms of going forward, as I said at the outset, we know that this is really just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the process. We have said that we will continue to work with Bright Start as our core place for continuing to receive feedback. That we'll continue to work with the Child Care Association. We'll continue to work directly with Head Start. We'll continue to work with our public school systems. We'll continue to work with the Non-Public Schools Council on getting feedback every step of the way, such that the pilots that are designed will allow for the people who are actually implementing these reforms to come, to present, to give feedback on how they're working, and ultimately to help us shape this policy. Members, we will be coming back to you, and as we have discussions about what the board's priorities are in future policy making, whether it's at the board level or the legislature, that we will want to engage in a discussion with you about the implications of this. But certainly a first step is to ask your endorsement of this framework, for you to know that we then intend to go select a number of places to pilot the initial stages of reform, and that we then together, rather than just having us bureaucrats testifying here, we will continue to invite our advocates to testify, and we thank so many of them for being here today. But we'll also have educators who are implementing these things over the next couple of years be able to come and give you an update as to how they're actually going. And I think that will be the most powerful testimony of all. Jenna, I want to thank you again, and everyone else, Lisa, Jessica, who's done the work. Members, I thank you for sitting through this. I know that we're going to hear public comment, and I welcome your questions subsequently.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any questions or comments from the board, or we'll go to public comment?
I have a question, but I can wait until after public comment.
Your choice, Ms. Dessy.
It's mostly comment, and I would just like to take this moment to really thank the superintendent because we have come so far since the last time we met on the work behind Act 3. Many of us have been approached by all of these stakeholders multiple times, have visited early child care centers. They've really done a great job of outreach and educating the board. I really, given where we were with Bright Start a year ago, and the fact that you brought them in as the centerpiece of your work, I think is tremendous progress, and I appreciate you doing that. One of the issues that I'm challenged with on this is, as we raise standards, like LA4 is the most expensive early child care provider, that we have. But as we raise higher standards without additional funding, how do we prevent the reduction in available seats to students? And I think that's an important question and one we have to keep our eye on. But I also recognize this work as when you go to the legislature and make a case for the need for additional funding for early childhood, without this kind of work and without this kind of evidence, we're not going to get additional funding. So, I think if we do this properly, we do it correctly, the response to the inequities that exist financially can be addressed when the state is able to do that. But I'm really primarily concerned about increasing standards and losing seats, and I'd like to hear your comment on that.
Well, I think it's a good point. It's a complex question. The most well-funded program is Head Start, and I do think that until we get to a point where Head Start is really integrated into the rest of the network, we're not really making full use of all of our resources.
Okay.
And we have to figure that out. Second of all, we have to figure out, when it comes to our child care providers, how do we think about the economics of this in a way that allows us to sustain a strong private child care market for 4-year-olds, and at the same time funds other programs for 4-year-olds, and that's going to be a challenge as well. So I think, but my main point on this is that the only way to answer these questions is to have a coordinated decision-making process in the first place. And if Head Start is making their own decisions about how many seats to offer in a given locality, and then the private school program's making their decisions in this corner and so on, there's no way to do that. So we are at least in a good place to figure out how to cover every child by having a coordinated process. We have 44,000 low-income kids in the state per cohort. 42,000 plus are covered currently in a publicly funded program of some kind when they're 4 years old. But in terms of getting some of the quality done that we need to get done, I don't doubt that not only do we need to make the best use of the resources that we have now, but it would be a positive to have more resources. The minute that we have more available in the budget, I'll be the first one in line to advocate that this is where we should spend them.
Okay, well, then my final question is of state programs, LA4 is one of the better funded ones, but aren't there early childhood programs that are funded by the state that are half of what we spend on LA4?
There are, but in many respects they are supplemented through other payments.
Parent contributions?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Lee.
along that same line, I appreciate what Ms. Dasty just said. I think we've come a long way in this state with early childhood education, and there are a few school systems anyway that have universal pre-kindergarten at no cost to the parents, using different sources of revenue, in addition to LA4, using Title I and 8G, and even some local funding. They have good programs. They're strong programs. While we need this coordination, and it certainly needs to grow, we need to be cautious that we not permit those programs that are operating now to have less stringent environment for the future, because some other agencies might not have those same procedural requirements. And then that's going to relate to funding also, that the present funding needs to continue as much as possible and not be diminished, because we don't need to see the present effort in the public schools diminished. And that's going to, it's going to take some time, it's going to take some effort, but a lot of, the programs are different now, the requirements are different, the qualifications for the teachers are different. So it's going to take some effort. I just want to be sure that we are careful to not permit the present effort to diminish.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Any other, Mr. Bennett and then Ms. Beebe.
A couple of observations. I'm looking at the LDOE, the DCFS, and the DHH, all working together to create an education network. Just to see 3 state agencies working in perfect harmony is going to be very interesting. I think it's also, when you get down to the local level of the providers, to whom are they going to be answering is always a good question. And I think if you're going to work together with these 3 agencies, which I do promote and think it's a good idea, I think all 3 agencies need to know that you need to create an atmosphere for these providers that is supportive, that is resource driven. I know you have to have standards, I know you have to have procedures and policies, but it's got to be create some kind of culture where you're giving support, and this is not true of all these agencies right now in terms of the perception of some of these providers around this state, and that needs to be addressed. It's very easy to create an environment or an idea of what a good early childhood program looks like. That's the easy part. The harder part is going to be the output or the outcomes. How do you measure those outcomes for these early age children? You can't do it the same way as you do it in the other grades, and we need to be very careful. And I'm glad you said some things about, this is just a model that we're going to work and tweak and look to, because when we get to assessments, I think that's going to be the boogaboo. I think that's going to be a situation that we're going to have to look at very, very carefully in how we adequately assess these children and these programs in a way that takes validity and reliability factors into account.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Ms. Beebe.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford, and I pretty much ditto what Mr. Bennett just stated, but I'm trying to wrap my head around this, Mr. White, as it relates to our jurisdiction over Head Start funds.
Ask her to speak into
Ms. Beebe, would you speak into your microphone a little more? Thank you.
I'm speaking to our jurisdiction over Head Start funding and even the legislature for that matter, because these are federal dollars. So could you more or less clarify? I understand the objective is to have collaboration, but do we in essence have jurisdiction over the Head Start monies or Head Start?
We do and we don't. And so you're right, Ms. Beebe, that the Head Start is unique in that the dollars go directly from the federal government to the provider on a local basis. They skip the state in essence. At the same time, the state has regulatory authority over where are you able to operate who is able to operate any early childhood center through its licensure process. And so one answer would be, while we cannot tell the federal government you can't send dollars to those people, we can say to people in our state, you can or cannot operate an early childhood center no matter where their dollars are from. At the same time, that licensure process currently does not sit with this board. It sits in another agency. And one of the considerations in front of the board may be, in coming months, what kind of legislative changes should be considered to support the idea of this network. So by, in essence, endorsing this framework today, you're endorsing no rule change. But we would go back and explore what kinds of changes to rules and laws would be necessary in order to kind of create the backbone of a more unified process.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Beebe. Ms. Hill.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. One of the questions, Who will be selected for the pilot program? How will you select those schools or programs? So, I'm sorry, could you explain that to me?
Sure. In the coming months, as we've done with another program that's going to be, I believe, in front of you today, Believe and Include, we would put out an RFP. That RFP would essentially say, if you agree to do these following things and help us learn about them in implementation, we will support you in these following ways in doing it, essentially. And we haven't drafted the RFP yet. We'll certainly share it with the board when done. But I think that Mr. Lee made an important point, which is there actually are places in the state that are already doing a lot of the unified decision-making that we're describing. And just to give you one idea, Dr. Pat Cooper from Lafayette he helped us understand a little bit why a pilot might be a good concept, and he has done that work of unifying various funding streams and blending those various funding streams in other parts of the state. And we thought the suggestion was a good one. Across the river here in West Baton Rouge Parish, for example, you have a fully blended model of of early childhood funding. And it's probably fair to say that there are some places that are really ready to take this on because they already operate essentially a unified system of early childhood.
Okay. My next question is, how would the process be monitored in reference to who would do the monitoring of the program? How would their process?
Of the pilots?
Yes.
We are, with the pilots, our staff, of course, will monitor it in terms of setting up specific benchmarks. But as I said, what we envision is the principals in the pilot, or the superintendents, or the program heads, whoever it is, coming and presenting both to this board as well as to Bright Start and the Child Care Association, such that you have these intervals along the way where you're essentially receiving reports as to what's being learned and how things are going. And so while we will monitor the day-to-day and support the implementation of the pilots, we assume that, and we will structure that, there are interim reports delivered to the various places where we're continuing to do our dialoguing.
Any other questions? If not, we will go to public comments. Our first speaker, Janet Bean from the Citizens for One Greater New Orleans. Please identify yourself and make sure your microphone is on.
Now, is it on? Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Janet Bean, and I'm chairman of the Education Committee for Citizens for One Greater New Orleans. We are an all-volunteer group which meets and has guests and comes to conclusions that we advocate for, and we've appeared before you numerous times in the past for K through 12 education reform, and we commend you as a board for the steps you've taken on behalf of the children of the state of Louisiana. This morning, however, we are part of a coalition that is supporting and making comments for the implementation of Act 3, Early Childhood. We have 4 comments for your consideration, and some of these were covered earlier in your comments. The first is what we call the braiding of multiple funding streams for pre-K. I believe the superintendent called it blending. But we were prepared, Citizens for One was prepared to support this measure in pre-K, which is 4-year-olds, at the legislative session when it was incorporated into Act 3. Pre-K in the public schools in New Orleans has all but disappeared because of the reduced funding streams compared to the MFP. We studied other states, we had guests to advise us, and we recognized that money for educating 4-year-olds in Louisiana is fragmented. With different programs, different requirements, and different proposal processes, schools and districts were leaving money on the table or giving up on offering pre-K. Our recommendation then would be to centralize the process of braiding these various services for the school or the district. We understand, I want to add, that this can be done in a diverse delivery model, which would include early childhood centers as well as in public schools. Second, in studying the broader area of early childhood education, we came to appreciate the immense complexities of this foundational area of education and with Act 3. For example, it's been brought out that valid testing of these age groups can't be accommodated or accomplished through the same vehicles that are used for older children. The additional complexity of Act 3 is that it includes not only the Department of Education, but also the Department of Health and Hospitals and the Department of Children and Family Services. These are just two of the reasons that we strongly urge that with this development of framework, that there will be included early childhood experts who are external to the departments that are involved in this process. Third, in our research, we concluded that the Quality Start program...
Ms. Dean, you're
Yes.
going to need to wrap up your time unless
Okay.
you're getting time from your other fellow members.
Okay, we have 4 here today, but I'm
And
almost
are you
finished.
speaking for
I'm
all of
fine.
them?
I'm speaking
Okay,
for
that's what we needed to
citizens.
know.
All right.
Thank you.
This is voluntary and has been in effect since 2007. What we like about this program, and we think it should be used as a starting point, is that it employs incentives and rewards, which are important to a successful outcome. Our biggest fear is the unintended consequence of facilities leaving the program and going underground as uncertified daycare centers. Finally, because of the importance and complexity of this effort, and you have, you've agreed to this, we recommend it would be implemented in a pilot program with the results analyzed by qualified early childhood experts who are hands-on in the field, and with the results publicly shared before implementation is presented statewide. Over the past 7 years, BESE and the Department of Ed have undertaken many courageous and innovative education reforms. Citizens for One Greater New Orleans deeply believes that if done thoughtfully and properly, future generations will view Act 3 as the foundation that transformed public education in our state. Thank you for your
Thank you so much,
consideration
Ms.
of our
Bain.
comments.
Citizens for One, we appreciate you all being here in support. Yes, Margot Phelps, Judith Andre, and Carol McCall, thank you for being here in support. Our next speaker is Monica Candle with Stand for Children, Louisiana.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony this morning. My name is Monica Candel, and I am the Policy and Data Analyst with Stand for Children, Louisiana. I want to begin by congratulating the board and the Department of Education for creating a strong framework that aims to create a high-quality early childhood network across the state. This initiative is the first of its kind in the country, so Louisiana has the potential to be a really great example for other states. I know that Act 3 required the input of several organizations in developing the framework. However, the legislation did not specifically ask for input from parents. In an effort to include parent voice in the development of the framework, Stand for Children conducted a survey to bring parent voice to the process. We shared this report with the department, and it's been very well received. I've also shared the executive summary with you as well. I wanted to highlight 2 principal findings from the survey. First, the 2 things that parents care most about are how much their children are learning and the quality of their child's teacher. So any public program report should include this information in it. Second, parents with the lowest levels of education, which we use as a proxy for low income, have less access to high quality choices and seem to be less satisfied with their child's program. I work with STAND because I firmly believe that a child's zip code should not determine their opportunities for education. This means that any framework should encourage the development of high-quality early childhood programs, specifically in low-income areas, and these areas should be highlighted in any pilots for the program. As you move forward with the development of the Early Childhood Network, I encourage you to continue seeking feedback from parents, either through parent advisory groups or through working with organizations like ours. This network relies heavily on parents being well-informed and active in choosing their child's program, and we want to make sure that parents feel comfortable with the network early on in its development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Candle. Our next speaker is Pearlie Harris, Royal Castle CDC.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. As a mother of 6, and one of my children have a special need. As a director, my name is Pearlie Harris. I'm the director of Royal Castle Child Development Center. We were the first five-star center in the greater New Orleans area. We are nationally accredited by the National Association for the Education of Young Children. I believe that all children deserve high-quality care and education. I am glad that many of the recommendations that we submitted were considered. But for example, let's just take Kanai, who's 2 years old. His mom works as a cashier. She receives child care assistance, which is $154 that goes towards her tuition. The total tuition is $616 for the month. So her balance is $462 that she needs to come up with, that the provider needs to try and collect, which is her copay. Many of our low-income parents can't afford this. So these high-risk children may end up not receiving high-quality care, but only babysitting. Yes, there is Head Start, and yes, there is Early Head Start. But for example, Early Head Start only has 2,000 slots in the state of Louisiana. So there are many children that are going unserved, who are not receiving high-quality care. Small groups, small ratios. Remember, we had an act before that says that no child left behind, but there were children that were left behind because there was no money that followed that act. And I know that you just mentioned about the 4 equities or the 4 equalities that you want to see in the Act 3. You said outcomes, resources, access to high quality care. You also mentioned about funding based on performance. What we're asking is that there is equality, especially when it comes to funding and resources. We want the children to receive the best care possible. We want high quality, but we know high quality costs, low ratios, small group sizes, teachers who are qualified, it costs. And so we just want to make sure that there is equal funding for all programs that are performing, who are getting the job done. And so I say that our goal, and I'm sure it's for everyone in here, that we want all our children ready, set to go for kindergarten. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Suzanne Todd, the Office of Nutrition Assistance.
Thank you, Board. My name is Suzanne Todd. I'm the Director for the Office of Nutrition Assistance. I've been working exclusively with family child care homes for about 20 years. I fully support the framework. I think it's wonderful. Our state's in need of it, and I think it's good for us to be on the edge. However, my concern is that family homes, child care homes, are being included in the other licensed groups. So I'm asking, as particularly Superintendent, as you build the model for our framework, that their family centers are not forgotten. And my concern is, as a previous speaker noted, that home child care, if they're overly regulated, will drop off the grid. We'll lose them. And we won't see those kids until they get to kindergarten. So, and I say this, as I said, from 20 years experience, I'm afraid that we'll lose those children if we don't remember to include them as we build this model. And I say that, think about going home and telling your mother she needs a license to keep your kids. She's probably not going to do it. As it stands now, we have access to those homes, we have access to those children. The homes are inspected by the fire marshal's office. We have mandatory training hours for them annually, and they receive unannounced home visits several times per year. It's nothing as comprehensive as the framework, but at least the door is open. We have our foot in the door, and we have some access to those children. So all I ask is that as you continue to build the model, that you consider the special needs of the family child care home, and so that they're not left out of the resources and that our children really need. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Todd. Darnesta Nora from Spring Ridge Academy.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for the BESE board for listening and taking the time to hear us on today. I am a small child development center in Jefferson Parish in Kenner, and I am a 4-star center there where we provide high-quality child care. My concern is, and I do support the Act 3 because I'm all about high-quality child care. However, we're concerned about low staff teacher ratios, the cost of fundings for providing low, high-quality child care within our private sector for early childhood education, and ensuring that every child throughout our state of Louisiana have affordable and accessible child care.
Thank you so much. Rochelle Wilcox from Wilcox Academy.
Good morning. Again, my name is Rochelle Wilcox. My center is Wilcox Academy of Early Learning. We are a 4-star center in New Orleans. We also have a diverse delivery program where we partner with a charter school in New Orleans to provide pre-K services for them, as well as early Head Start. I'm coming today in support, and I want to thank you guys for allowing us to talk to you today. I'm coming in here in support of the Act 3, but I want to make sure that the children that will be affected the most are the children that are on child care assistance, the children that this program is talking about. I'm a little disconcerted just now. I just got a phone call that one of my parents just committed suicide. So I apologize, but we serve the children that need to be served, the children that are at high risk, that we don't just serve the children, we serve the parents. We're going to have to bring in grief counselors and things like for our parents, but for our children. This program has to think about how you would maybe with the child care assistance, and I really, really apologize. During child care assistance, within the last few years, the amount of money has continued to decrease. I'm asking that maybe look at this particular program and see if by way of funding this or putting more funding behind child care assistance, because those children are the children that are going to be served in our programs. We choose to be in a high-risk area, so our high quality inside of our program could affect those children that are underserved. We want to serve them. We are excited about this program to allow our teachers and our staff to get the support and the mentoring to provide high quality to these children. We just ask that maybe if you look at the child care assistance program and see about maybe funneling more money into that program to funnel more money so we can make sure that this program is done at the best of our ability. And again, I do apologize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox, and our sympathy to you and to the family affected. Christy Givens, Kids of Excellence.
morning. You're going to have to excuse me. I have a cold. First, I want to thank you all for having this opportunity to have me to come here today to speak to you all. My name is Christy Gibbons. I have a child care center in New Orleans. It's called Kids of Excellence. I was the second child care center in New Orleans to receive my 4-star, and that was back in 2007. And we continue to have our 4-star and strive to one day be a 5-star center. I am in total support of Act 3, and I believe a lot of the things that support of Act 3 is we're doing it right now. But it truly is a struggle for all of us in the child care industry because we don't have the funding to really do the high quality that we need to do. I've kind of been blessed because I'm in a diverse delivery set that I have early Head Start kids where I receive additional funding from that. I don't receive from my child care assistants parents. I receive more money from the early Head Start kids than my child care assistant parents because they can't afford to pay me that amount. So it helps me to keep those low ratios and that high quality in my program and to have high qualified teachers in my program also. But my concern with Act 3 is that, like everyone is saying, is equal funding. And the child care assistant program, when I first started the quality rating, the whole vision of my center was to service at-risk children. And I used to serve 42 child care assistant kids. As of this time right now, I'm only serving about 13 or 14 child care assistant kids because they can't afford my tuition. I'm located in the Bywater area that is 1 block from the Ninth Ward, where kids desperately need my high-quality program. But because of the fees, they are forced to go to centers that charge them $75 and $85, and those kids are not getting the high quality that they need. So I ask you, when you all are making these decisions, you think about equal funding for all. You think about, like Mr. Bennett talked about, which is so important, the assessment tools that you're using. We assess our kids. We use teacher strategy. We use eLab. But, you know, who are going to be assessing these kids? The kids are familiar with the teachers, and we have all sorts of people coming in and assessing our kids, and they don't do as well as people who they're familiar with. I have a little girl who's extremely intelligent, but she's very shy. But if you come to my program and you see her with her friends, she can do everything those kids do. But when you sitting her down by herself and asking her questions, she's going to shut down. Not because she don't know the information, it's because I'm not familiar with you. So, I mean, early childhood is totally different from elementary. So I hope when you all making these decisions, you all make sure y'all put that in consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gibbons. Gilda Duplessis with Gilda's Preschool Academy.
Thank you for hearing our comments this morning. And just about everything that I would have wanted to say has already been covered by my colleagues. We're located in New Orleans East, and I'd like to give the remainder of my time to Melanie. Thank you.
Melanie Buffin from Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families. We'll have you come forward now. Yes, sure.
Thank you. And I'm accumulating about 4 people.
Okay.
As the BESE board members, being succinct is not one of my greatest assets, but I'm going to try to be succinct today.
But she says a lot in a very short period of time.
Thank you. I'm Melanie Bronfman. I'm the director of the Policy Institute at the Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families. We are a nonprofit organization that serves as an independent source of information and data and resources for policymakers, stakeholders, and the public at large around issues related to young children in Louisiana. First, we would like to commend the superintendent, his excellent staff. Our contact person has been Jessica Conway, who has been fabulous, and all of the agencies that have been involved in developing this framework for their hard work and dedication to this project, and for incorporating within the recommendations, within the framework, the recommendations of the partnership and our partners, which includes over 30 organizations and thousands of their members, many of whom are here today. These are shown on your handout in black print. They include the use of pilots, a phase-in of the new system, delivery of public pre-K, and a mechanism that will allow ongoing stakeholder engagement in the decision-making process. These are excellent pieces of the network, and we are grateful that they have been included. We are certainly headed in the right direction. However, we all have a long way to go in this multi-year review and implementation process. Today, we would ask that serious consideration be given to 4 of our outstanding concerns, and these are shown in yellow, highlighted on your handout. First, we are concerned that there be ongoing involvement of stakeholders, not only in the areas of collaboration listed on page 31 of the framework, but also in the development of the grading process itself. As mentioned, I'm thrilled to hear the superintendent say that the results of the pilots will be shared, but we ask that a work group of Bright Start should participate in the development of the grading system of the new network. Second, we are concerned that national and state experts should be involved in the development of the pilots and the reviewing of the results. We would like to offer the Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families as an independent institute of research and data on young children as a state resource for this purpose. I have already provided BESE board members copies of our 6 policy papers we have completed on Act 3, but I would ask that a copy of these documents be entered into the public record for future reference, and I have copies of them here. Third, we are concerned whether the responses in the framework on page 5 and 6 of the framework and on page 2 of the handout, under the heading Together We Should, are things that in fact will happen. Are they just aspirational? Where on the spectrum do these action steps fall in terms of the likelihood that they will be accomplished? We hope that they are. Finally, and we so appreciate Ms. Dastug raising this issue, as have many of the other speakers today, we continue to be concerned about access of high-risk, low-income children, especially those under the age of 4, to high-quality options. The reality is, if we raise standards without increasing or especially maintaining current levels of resources, the results may actually be that fewer high-risk children will attend high-quality programs and enter school ready to learn. It is critical that this be monitored and ultimately addressed in the implementation process. We may develop the finest network possible, but unless it is adequately funded to provide greater access to more high-risk children, we will not impact kindergarten readiness in our state. We look forward to working with you all, with the superintendent and the departments in the coming months and years to create the best possible network that we can for Louisiana, its families, and its youngest children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. We also want to thank Kevin Henrich from Louisiana Partnership for Children and Family and Susan Spring from the same organization for their time and support. Our next speaker is Jim Brandt. Theodore Kennedy Sr.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Anita Kennedy. I'm speaking in place of Theodore Kennedy. My name is Anita Kennedy, and we are child care providers, Kennedy Child Care Academy. And we are the first full-star child care center in the city of Gretna. And we continue to provide quality child care, and our aspiration also is to achieve our 5-star just as soon as we can. Thank you for the opportunity once again. And I'm speaking in reference of the pilot program. I'd like to suggest and to make sure that the pilot program include the centers that have voluntarily participated in the quality star rating system, and that we have achieved quality based upon their rating system, and that also the centers be considered across the region to make sure that they encompass all the quality child care providers in the program across the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Julie Bedard, St. John Lutheran School.
I'll be different. I'm Julie Bedard. I am a teacher and director at St. John Lutheran School in New Orleans, and I'm here to speak and ask you to not forget faith-based centers when you're making these decisions. I think the importance, one of the valid things about Quality Start was that it offered the opportunity for all licensed centers to participate. And I've seen great results in our center. It has changed the requirements that we're requiring for the people that we hire. We've adapted some of our child care ratios to make those changes. And so I'm hoping that when you are implementing Act 3, that you will consider the things that are going well with Quality Start and make sure you continue those. Also, the tax credits, I will say personally for me, that I received a Pathway Scholarship to get my CDA. I already had a BA, but it was in a different field, so I was able to get the CDA. And because I wanted to improve the child care tax credits for myself and my center, I am just now this week finishing my master's degree in early childhood. And I can really say that that was a direct result of the Quality Start requirements. So that is something important to keep in mind. When we mention all children in Louisiana and that we want parents to have access to high quality choices, remember that some of those might be in faith-based centers, and that we want parents to know about that, and we want to give them the opportunity, those parents who choose to have their child in a non-public private center, including one that is faith-based, that they have that opportunity. And we do accept child care assistance children. We would like to accept more, but because we have high standards for our staff and our child care ratios, the child care assistance just does not cover that. So I know you spoke about how are we going to raise the standards without changing the income. Well, you have to kind of find that balance there. And if you're using pre-existing programs and helping them develop their quality and their staff and their ratios, then you may have, instead of building new facilities or starting new centers, you may have the opportunity to raise that CCAF, whatever it is. Anyway, thank you very much for hearing us, and don't forget those faith-based centers.
Thank you, Ms. Bedard, and congratulations on getting your master's. John Warner Smith, Education's Next Horizon. John Warner Smith, Education's Next Horizon. There he is.
Good morning. I'm John Warner Smith, Chief Executive Officer of Education's Next Horizon. Let me begin, as others have, in just thanking the board and the superintendent, and especially his staff, and this person seated to my left, Jenna Conway, who's been just extremely supportive. She's smart, she listens, and she's conscientious, and we appreciate the fine work of all the state team members, the staff at DCFS and Health and Hospitals. Education's Next Horizon, as many of you know, has been involved in this school readiness issue for a number of years now. We began studying this issue in 2009, We developed a definition of school readiness for Louisiana and made that recommendation to the state policymakers. And so we're just delighted that BESE took some steps over a year ago to adopt a definition of kindergarten readiness, and then, of course, to push the enactment and the implementation of Act 3. We were involved, as you know, in a number of stakeholder forums around the state this July and August, in which we hosted and facilitated a process in which stakeholders provided input, made recommendations for the implementation of Act 3. We followed up in partnership with the Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families in weighing in on our own set of recommendations on the implementation of Act 3, and then, of course, responded to the Bright Start survey. This morning, I'm pleased to say that Education's Next Horizon strongly supports the framework that Superintendent White and his staff and other state team members have developed and put before you. We're delighted to see that much, if not most, of the input and recommendations of the key stakeholders around the state have been incorporated into this framework. And I'd like to comment just on just a couple of areas where I think which are especially important to us, and we are just delighted to see that that the framework is inclusive of these elements. First of all, we strongly recommended that we begin with Quality Start as a basis, a foundation for our new rating system, and we're delighted to see that the framework has at least agreed to embrace the best of Quality Start, the key components of Quality Start for the development of the new system. Of course, the use of pilots, addressing funding inequities, and especially this piece of the framework that deals with process. From day one, we've asked that stakeholders be at the table, that they be in the planning room, and so we're glad to see that in going forward and building out the details of the framework.
Mr. Smith, your time is up, so if you don't mind wrapping up.
I'll wrap up quickly.
Thank you.
Some formal process will be used, and that I will just make this one last point, if you will, that on this last element, we think that it's critically important that in the process of involving stakeholders in the build-out of the details of the new system, of the new framework, that you involve them in, number one, the design of the pilots, the guidelines of the pilots, the design of the accountability of the rating system itself, the actual design of public-private partnerships that we know are so vital to the overall success of the framework long term. Again, thank you. Apologize for going over a couple of seconds.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
it.
Smith. Rachel Ginn. Rachel Ginn.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Ginn, and I'm representing myself. I just want to say that I am a student, and so I am still learning. But I am on board. I do think that pre-K education is important. It is the foundation. But I do feel that the assessments are going to turn into high-stakes testing that focuses on academic and not the whole child development with only one right answer. And I'm currently reading a book by Ken Robinson, and he says that if you ask a group of kindergarten students if they think they're creative, every single one of them will raise their hand. But if you ask a group of college students if they think they're creative, no one will raise their hand. And I think that testing strips people of their creativity. We need to keep children creative because that's a skill that everyone needs to succeed in any profession. But that's it. But I just want to say that we should do authentic assessment that focuses on the whole child development, not just cognitive, but also physical, social, and emotional. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Elizondo. Throw.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Alessandro, and I am the owner and director of the Learning Castle Daycare Center in Kenner, Louisiana. I've been in business for 13 years, and I've owned 4 centers throughout Jefferson Parish over the last decade and a half. I'd like to thank the BESE board for taking up the special interest in the education of our youngest students this morning. I think Act 3 is a wonderful place to start us on a path to excellent education for all students, including our littlest ones. I wholeheartedly support it. However, as a small business owner, I am asking, just as other daycare center owners have asked you today, to please not forget about us. We need a level playing field for all participants as far as funding goes. Please don't forget about how important daycare centers are. It is our entire focus to educate small children. That is all we do. Our entire business centers around educating small children. Daycare centers have unique considerations that public schools don't have. We have to worry about paying our bills. We have to worry about paying the rent, our teacher salaries, the taxes. We have a ton of worries when it comes to finances that public schools don't have to give a second thought to. Their funding is automatic. So please, don't prohibit us from being able to participate as well. We do this because we choose to do it and we love what we do. I can't help but wonder how many small business owners will be impacted if the funding is not equally distributed. I wish I had statistics with me to tell you, but I would venture to guess that daycare centers comprise one of the largest majorities of small business owners in the state. How many thousands of women own their own business because we're daycare center owners? And please don't put us out of business. And please help us to be able to give the quality of education that this board is all about. Please make sure that the daycare centers, which are privately run, are prominently considered when it comes to funding. And please make sure that all available monies are equally distributed. We want to help too. We want to be included. So please let us help the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Lloyd.
Good morning. My name is Katie Lloyd. I'm a student, and I just came to support the framework for Act 3. I think early childhood is extremely important, and I commend you for recognizing that. I know that there's no set of standards for the children yet, but I just ask that you consider that the child develops as a whole cognitively, physically, and social and emotionally. I ask you to please consider that when you're making the standards for the children. I also ask that you consider that the child's developmental span is so large in these early years of life that they may not all be able to fit into a set of standards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Norma Grace and Cardi Wise from the Women's Leadership Council. Are one of you speaking or both of you speaking?
We're both going to do it in 2 minutes.
Okay.
We're going to try. I'm Carol Wise, and on behalf of Success by Six and the United Way Women's Leadership Council, we, Norma Grace and I, would like to thank the members of this esteemed committee and Superintendent White's team for their dedication to improving the quality of educational systems for children of Louisiana. And as you know, high-quality early education is one of the detriments of lifelong health and strongly affects the children's ability to begin school ready to learn and subsequently graduate with the tools needed for a successful life. Because of this, we applaud any effort to improve standards of care offered to our state's youngest and most vulnerable citizens, and to ensure that all early child care and educational programs meet or exceed standards. Quality Start is an innovative accountability system that the state can be proud of and should be expanded to include individual child assessments.
but should also maintain, as part of how programs are rated, quality stars, key elements. Appropriate ratios of teachers to children, including maximum group size. Developmentally appropriate practice at each age level. Professional development of teachers, program assessments, and other critical supports that research has shown are essential to achieve kindergarten readiness. And including, I would like to include both national and local experts as you begin to look at your pilot programs. And specifically, I would like to recommend Melanie Bronfman of the Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families to be a part of the committee that structures your pilot program. And I will now turn it over.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for all the work you're doing and for listening, because you all really are listening. You've taken into account what you've heard, and it's showing in the plan and in the framework. A large number of families rely, however, on family child care. Family child care, just so you're sure you know what it is defined as small child care centers in the home with 6 or less children. Louisiana, you may know, is one of only 3 states that does not license family child care. Now that more than half of the children in Louisiana have been in family child care centers at one point in their early developmental years. As a result, it's important to be sure that the long-range plans include avenues for family child care providers to improve along with child care centers, so that we can meet the goal of having all children enter kindergarten ready to learn. To that end, we would encourage the selection of family child care centers as well be included in the Act 3 pilot, so that the lessons learned in child care centers can be applied to family child care centers as well in the future. We would also request that family child care center providers be allowed to reply to the RFP for pilot programs. We know your task is overwhelming, and it's a truly important task that you've taken on. We appreciate the time that you're dedicating and listening to the stakeholders. And again, thank you for listening for these recommendations again today. I'd like to say that the Women's Leadership Initiative of United Way puts their money into their own programs. We raise money, and we have invested in the 0 to 6 age group. We feel it's so important, and we really appreciate the fact that you all are tackling this too. Just make sure it's done as you are, in a wise, listening way, both to the providers, the parents, and our whole young at-risk children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Martha Weatherford.
Good morning. My name is Martha Weatherford with Weatherford Academy on the West Bank. I'm here today to talk about the tax credit and how it's being used. A lot of the centers since child care assistance, it's very hard for children to come with child care assistance because of the money that they have to pay. So the centers are getting the tax credit based on the child care assistance. And if majority of our center is paying parents, then we don't get the tax credit. So I would like for you to look at that some other form of way, maybe even looking at it toward, if you base it on the food program, that would be another way that the centers can get the funding. And this is what I would like, this is something that I would like for y'all to look. I'm pretty nervous here up here tonight, today.
You're doing fine.
But this is a hard task, and I want to say good luck.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your comments. Helen Dumas, Candyland Kinder College.
Good morning, and I would like to thank you guys for the opportunity for allowing us to speak today. I am also a 4-star daycare center in Marrero, and my mother opened that center 51 years ago because she believed in educating young children. And that note, she passed it down to myself, and now my daughter is there. So we have 3 generations of working with children, and we believed in quality child care. Because of the framework that we've talked about, we've always talked about the children that are getting ready for pre-K, the 4-year-olds, and I know it is a struggle for every one of us. but what's going to happen with the ages from 0 to 3? We haven't discussed that a lot. So we need to know how that framework from the 6-week-old children, all the way up until the children that we serve to go into kindergarten, to make that impact, to make it one unified system. Because we do have a tracking process with our parents, and we ask them to come back and give us feedback on their children. And our children have been very successful. But I've always noticed that once we have our four-year-old program in our facilities, when they go on to the public school system, the ditto sheets that we don't use, the ditto sheets they are using. And I don't think that one program, we should look at the whole program to make sure that the children are learning in the same format, because when our children do go to school, because they're not using the ditto sheets, the parents have come back and tell us, well, our children, the teacher says this, they don't know this, and they don't know that. So we really, and we know that they knew it before they left our facilities. So we need to look at one program to make sure that if we're making sure that our children are not using the ditto sheets and all those other things, all the school systems are not doing it as well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Ditas Cusimano. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. This is either Terry or Tony Lede. Tori? Tony, sorry.
Hi, thank y'all for being here and listening to us. My name is Tony Lede, and I'm an advocate for children with disabilities. I'm one of many, many advocates across the state for children with disabilities that gave feedback and was concerned about the accountability system possibly having negative unintended negative impact on children with disabilities as we look at the performance of children with disabilities being factored into the grading system. We were very excited that the Department of Ed, particularly Jenna Conway, who's listened very well with and worked with us, and the superintendent, to see in the plan that you heard demonstrate importance of including children with disabilities and special needs at the outset from the beginning. We're happy about that. And that together we all should incorporate recommendations from disability advocates, including specific definition of inclusion, engage individuals with knowledge and expertise of working with children with disabilities in planning and implementation process at state and local level, establish mechanisms within the network to ensure early detection of special needs, and set specific expectations for pilots to include meaningful percentage of children with disabilities. We are excited to see this in the recommendations, that together we should do this. However, our concern or question, and I don't know that I can ask this question, but wondering why these recommendations are in together we should and weren't incorporated or integrated into the 4 strategies of the entire plan to ensure that not together we should, but together we will. We feel like they should be included in the plan, and not just that one related to children with disabilities. We don't know, we believe all of those things that were heard and together we should be part of the plan and be integrated into all the strategies. I don't know if that was just timing and didn't get to be included, but we would hope that either other BESE boards would ask that question of the superintendent, or all of these things listed under together we should going to be incorporated into the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I think the use of the word should is more just, given this is all predicated on the board actually approving it, we thought it'd be a little bit a bridge too far to say that we will do it. We're waiting for try to compel the board to say we should do it. And yes, these elements are here because they're things that we fully intend to do, contingent on the board's approval.
So they will be integrated across the full strategy, yes. The 4 strategies wherever they fit in?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Paula Granger, first years CCR and R.
Good morning. How are you doing this morning? Busy day. I want to just touch on if we want school success, it needs to start with babies. The human brain grows to 85% of adult capacity between birth to 3 years of age. And this unique development period is a time where we are actually creating that foundation for school success. And so I keep hearing 4-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and 4-year-olds. If we don't start with the babies, we've lost the boat, because we've lost that 85% of the brain activity that could occur. And so I want you to consider, when you are building this framework, to please consider that we can't forget about our babies. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Loretta Hall, Volunteers of America, VICC.
Good morning. I'm Loretta Hall, and I work for Volunteers of America, Partnerships in Child Care, and I'm here on behalf of, I'm one of the technical assistants here for the family home providers. We ask that you consider the family home providers because some are with the nutrition program and some are not. We have those grandmothers who's taking care of 6 children who's not registered as a CCAP provider. So we want you to also consider those family home providers who take care of children in their home that does not receive state money or the nutrition program. Those children also have to be school readiness. So we want you to ask to put those guys in your plan as you go on with your plan. Thank you.
Thank
Can
you.
I ask a question of her?
Surely, if she doesn't mind.
So you guys are setting out, I mean, this is pretty complicated. Do you have any potential solutions or way to go about that? I mean, because when we think about this from our perspective of where do we have the possibility of having an influence, and for us, that's when money's tied to things, that we have an influence. Do you have potential solutions in mind?
Well, not at the moment.
Or are you just giving us more problems to deal with?
I'm trying not to give you problems, but I want you to just think about them, because when you have those people in there, we have family home providers who are not governed by the state, and those people are still taking care of children. So we just want you guys to consider that, and the funding that we need also for those people to get the funding from the state and CCAP and nutritional program, so they will be able to do more educational things in their homes with the children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I have a question too. And
Okay.
it won't be as funny as Ms. Bofi's, but it seems that the trigger for the assistance that you're talking about, the nutrition and the parent assistance, comes from being licensed. So are you saying that these family home providers, I'm sorry? Well, she can correct me. I don't think you should. Okay. So you can correct me if I'm reading this wrong.
Go ahead.
Is that what you're recommending?
Some are licensed through the state but do not accept child care assistance.
Okay.
So they are registered with the state.
So you're saying the facilities that are registered with the state,
Yes, ma'am.
they do receive this assistance?
Some does, some don't.
And what's the difference? What triggers some being able to receive?
Because parents, some that accept child care assistance, they have that co-payment from the parent.
Okay.
And the ones who does not, they are registered with the state but do not provide care for CCAP children.
Okay, that helps me understand it. We have been on a crash course of 03. You're right.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a point, I'd like to close with my motion.
All right. I will have Ms. Buffy and then Ms. Dastig.
I have a comment too.
I will have Chaz.
And me too.
And Ms. Hill.
Well, I want to thank everyone who is here today, but then also the people who have reached out ahead of time. And I also want to thank the department, and I appreciate the fact that Jenna is a great listener, because I think that's exactly what we need right now. And I see that you've captured notes. I don't think that there's a comment that was made that I couldn't agree with. And so when we're thinking about equities, not just in the way that we're looking at allocating funding to these schools, but also in what our expectations are for schools. It's those things where we'll have requirements that we have on daycares, but we don't necessarily have those requirements for schools. And anyone that you talk to will talk to you about the struggle to provide the high quality and meet the requirements at the same time. So I appreciate that when we do these pilots that we consider what's most important. Another thing that stands out for me is the concern that we would go so far as to not pay attention to the development of the student or the development of the child, especially when you're talking about the social emotional factors. And what I think that our board stands to learn most of all by taking on this new responsibility for early learning is not so much that we would strip away early childhood development when you're talking about the social emotional factors, but that hopefully we can work that into the other work that we do. Because we know that the best practices for our students is not just that they develop academically, but that we're developing these children to be good citizens. So I can understand why you would be concerned about our board based on the previous focus on academics, especially for K-12. I think that you have to understand that it's our job to make sure that students graduate with the skills and knowledge that they need. But I think that all of this can be worked into every bit of work that we do. And so I think as we take on this new realm, that we should consider the social and emotional needs of our K-12 kids, and that we also need to consider the academic necessities of our children coming into kindergarten ready to learn. So I do appreciate even the problems that you point out, because this is a very complex work, and I appreciate the fact that the framework is looking at pilots, that we know that there's not easy answers to the work that we're doing, but that there's a whole lot of work ahead. And I think that my request to the department is that you take the audio tape from all the comments and that you take the notes that you've made from these comments, and I would like to know how they're going to be worked into the pilots, because I think all of these issues are things that even if we have the jurisdiction or we don't have the jurisdiction, we have to start asking ourselves those hard questions to figure out what we can do to make sure that we're doing the best for our children. And it's interesting that we had the receive of the DIBELS right before we have this early childhood work, because it all matters and it's all integrated. So I look forward to seeing how this progresses. I appreciate the department for listening, and I also appreciate the engagement of the stakeholders, and I expect this process that will continue to be an iterative process as we move forward.
Ms. Hill and then Mr. Romer. Ms. Hill and then Mr. Romer.
I wrote some notes down, but Superintendent White, after further consideration, I believe that we have created an excellent framework in reference to Act 3. However, my major concern would be before we implement this process, that the final implementation will come to the board and we can see the final framework before it's implemented. And I hope that all the comments that were made today, that the department take in consideration and try to implement those most critical needs into this framework. And before we implement it into the pilot program, that we're able to see the final product before it actually be implemented. So that was my concern.
I think we plan on Jenna making the RFP, bringing the RFP to the next meeting, which is the middle of January. So you'll see the pilot framework at the next meeting. Yep.
Mr. Romer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Jenna. You obviously have done a tremendous amount of work, and I think that was acknowledged by most folks in the audience, and it's obviously paid dividends with a very good framework, in my opinion. So, and I also want to thank all those that came to give comments today. We truly want the sincere feedback and try to make this program successful for both you as a provider and successful for the kids as they get prepared for pre-K and K. I have some questions I'd like to ask. Some of them are very basic, and I apologize, but I want to make sure as we move forward with the framework, the basic understandings, I have them correct, quite frankly. And that's sometimes difficult for me. So if you don't mind, several speakers mentioned the quality chart system and that there's some strong aspects to that. Obviously, they would like that to be used in some form or fashion as we move forward, and you've indicated the fact that you would. Could you articulate very briefly, and I don't want it ad nauseum, very briefly, what are the strengths and the weaknesses of that current system that as you see them today, as you move forward considering?
I'm going to ask Jenna to fill in details. I do want to highlight, and you're right, Mr. Roman, that many speakers did mention it. John Warner Smith, I think, said first that our primary approach is to build on the quality stars rating system, not to remove it, and that effectively what we are doing is taking a process that A, is not universally used and making it more universally used. B, is expanding on the idea of assessing the environment to assessing the child's development and the child's learning. And I agree with all comments that were made, including by the student, regarding the whole child dimension and making sure that the assessments encompass that and give teachers good formative information. And the third is that the law requires some, and this is not a board or a department issue, but the law requires a change in terms of how the rating is communicated from a star system to a letter system. I think those are probably the fundamental changes that we're considering, but there's not certainly, we think this is a strength of what goes on in Louisiana. We're simply building on that,
Sure.
not eradicating it.
Sure. And if I can keep asking questions, I'll apologize. On the assessment, obviously, I think you answered how I anticipated you answering, which is we're going to start being a bit more quantitative in our assessment. In some degree, that may not be completely accurate characterization, but that's what it seems. To what degree, there's been some concern that the assessment of such young children is a difficult process, which I think everybody acknowledges that. And obviously that's why part of the reason why this is a framework is also part of the reason it's a pilot. Can you give us any color commentary at this point as to what may be done elsewhere that you like, or is it too early really to get that specific?
No, I don't think it is too early, but let me raise this. I don't think actually in anything that we're discussing, and maybe I should have said this in my comments at the outset, we're talking about importing things from elsewhere or doing things that are new in Louisiana. I think what we're talking about is making more widespread best practices that are already going on in Louisiana. And I don't remember which of my colleagues in the centers were discussing, for example, TS Gold. I know a couple of you mentioned your use of TS Gold. Mm-hmm. This is a best-in-class assessment that is used, I would say, maybe a quarter to half centers, it seems like, in the States seem to use this variety.
And I'm going to jump ahead of you now. That was where I wanted to make sure I heard you correct, that in fact many of these elements are already in place in the state, but just scattered and inconsistently used.
Yeah, and then let me even build on that further. Currently, we assess kids coming into kindergarten, and then as you discussed earlier in the DIBELS data, we assess kids in various forms later on, and we basically can track those data back to early childhood centers when the child was 4, for example. And I think there will be an ongoing question as to what assessments should we either require or not require for formative purposes or for accountability purposes. And I think that mix, given the difficulties that you articulated, Mr. Romer, is what we're really going to wrestle with in this.
And what I heard was the providers don't necessarily disagree with that idea. They want to make sure they're included in that discussion, in that framework. Did you hear that same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A couple more questions. I apologize. Explain to me again. I completely agree with that we need to get rid of the fragmented approach to funding that we have. Obviously, some of these programs are federal programs, Head Start, for instance. To what extent are we able to make adjustments to that? I mean, I know this obviously has been considered, or we wouldn't have brought this framework. For my own peace of mind, can you give me some sense of how we can adjust these things?
Sure. And I believe I don't remember if this was Ms. Beebe's question originally, but there is going to be, and this gets to what Ms. Hill said as well, there's going to be an ongoing process that the board is going to walk through, we hope with us, that will, I think, take the following forms. One, we will have pilots actually implementing, which take essentially no regulatory change, no statutory changes. At the same time, we're going to want to, in order to pursue the long-term objective of a uniform or unified system, we're going to want to make regulatory changes. And I would imagine that the board is going to want to endorse certain types of statutory changes as we go forward. And so I don't want to propose those things now, and I will take the board's guidance on what legal changes you would like us to be advocates for during the legislative session. But I would imagine that you, in response to the framework, are going to want to make in succession legislative or recommend legislative changes and to make regulatory changes that allow for the system to exist, just as we're piloting. And so on the question of the licensure rules and the funding rules, yes, many of those things would take statutory changes.
Okay. And again, I've got a couple more. I apologize again. What impact, there seems to be a large number of children in this state served by home-based daycare, or what, I don't know what the proper word for it would be. To what extent does this plan take that into account, and how are they impacted in either negatively or positively in terms of how they, I don't want to say negative, how are they impacted, how are they accounted for within this system, or is that yet to be determined?
It is yet to be determined, and we think that the law is not explicit in its definitions on this question. And just to summarize what I feel like I heard, and we've heard this throughout our process, some speakers today said, don't, you risk kind of crushing the egg in your hand if you regulate it because it's such a small institution. On the other hand, some said, include it in your process because it's students and some are children and some are receiving public funding. And I think our inclination is to, as we develop the pilots, maintain a dialogue with family day home providers such that we ensure that they're benefiting from however we can help them, but on the other hand, we're not over-regulating in a way that just simply inhibits their ability to operate in the first place.
In that same note, are we being certain, are we being cautious in not creating a disincentive for private providers that we come up, that are currently serving some kids that are getting federal and state funds of some sort, but at the same time they may be serving a tremendous number of just private pay? Are we being cognizant of not creating a disincentive to those providers for taking these children who are on assistance?
Well, I think that, and my colleagues in the child care...
Is that a fair question, by the way?
Very fair, very fair. My colleagues in the child care community, and I really want to thank the Child Care Association in particular, because they have done so much to inform us, and I think as Ms. Dastuk mentioned, there are issues that we're still learning about, but it's clear that if you move toward a unified system, which I think is better because you'll be more efficient in the use of public dollars and more equitable to families, you are going to come up against a question that can be avoided when you operate in silos, which is, and just to put this on the table, when you fund one sector publicly in a relatively robust way, it makes it harder for private providers, just like in any other industry, because you're subsidizing the public. And it is fair to say that our child care sector is in many respects leveraging private contributions into what in other cases is a publicly provided sector. So one of the pieces of the work that, provided that you authorize us to do, we're going to have to embark on, and we'll do this with our child care colleagues and so on, is an economic model that ensures that just as we fund publicly as strongly as we can, we don't, in doing that, override the ability of those who leverage private payers to sustain their market share. And I think that's going to be I've asked all around the country, I've called many of my colleagues in other states, I don't believe that such a model exists.
Okay. Well, I want to say, I have one last question, and I promise I'll be quiet. I want to say this. I don't take my questions as not being supportive. I'm very supportive of the framework. I think there's been a lot of good work established here. I see a lot of different shareholders and stakeholders who have contributed, and most have seen more positive than negative in where we stand today. So please don't take it in the wrong way. My final point is, I like the idea of diverse delivery. I don't think we're a one-size-fits-all world. I don't believe that in K-12. I don't believe that in birth to 6, okay? And I heard, I think we maybe only had one speaker from the faith-based program here today. I certainly want to be cognizant of different parents have different needs. Now, I still believe in quality and outcomes are critical, but at the same time, I want to be certain that we're cognizant that there are different environments that different parents look for, and that we don't inadvertently cut high-quality providers out because they may or may not be faith-based or some other specialty for that matter.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Ms. Dastig.
Really, just after listening to everything today, I'd like to amend my motion to include the Louisiana Partnership Policy Papers and recommendation presented today by Ms. Melanie Bronfeld, really for the purposes of keeping it on the record, but be included in our approval of the framework today.
Who's second? I second. I second. And do you accept that?
Yes. Oh, they're saying Mr. Lee.
Do you accept that?
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank the administration and legislature for being bold and stepping out with this act. It's for Louisiana to be on the forefront of such a critical issue, to me, is where we need to be. It certainly will build a foundation. And I believe this is how policy should be formulated with the stakeholders, and I'm just appreciative for those who have come and to help in that process. It's rewarding for those on the board to have your input and to have it as part of the foundation piece in order to develop the policy going forward. And appreciative to the superintendent for promoting that.
Thank you. But would you please reread the motion as it stands? I'm talking to Nina. But
okay.
You could have, she said she can't do it. All right, let's see where you go.
Would you like me to restate it? Okay.
Yes,
I'd just like to make a motion to approve the recommendation brought forth by the department today, and to include the Louisiana Partnership Policy Papers and recommendation, both referred to and presented today, be included in today's approval.
And we have a proper second on that. So at this time, any disapproval, please say nay. Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 3.1 on page 128. Consideration of the 2012-2013 K-2 Math and K-5 ELA textbook adoption recommendations. The department recommendation is to receive.
I so move.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion, a second. By Ms. Dastig, did you second? And the superintendent would like to speak to this first.
Thank you. Members, I want to again just give you a piece of context in terms of the policy. Was it something I said?
We'll give you just a minute to
see what you did.
Clear the room.
You call this stakeholder engagement, board members? Partially.
You are welcome to stand in your place. All right. If we could, please. We're going to continue. We have a long agenda, and so if you wouldn't mind, we're going to go ahead and have the superintendent speak to this matter at this time.
Members, to take you back to, we're now addressing the issue of textbook adoption. Our state statutes require that there be a textbook adoption process that the board operates. Your policy outlines a requirement that every 7 years specific textbooks come up for adoption on a 7-year cycle. Publishers respond to an RFP. They present to a committee that in great respect is appointed by you. And that committee issues its recommendations, which then traditionally become the recommendations of the department to the committee. So I want to just reiterate a couple of things. It is legally required by statute that we operate a textbook adoption process. Your policy says that it must be on a 7-year cycle, that textbooks of various subjects and grade levels are authorized by you. It is not required, however, because of changes that you've made, that any school district be obligated to or to not buy these textbooks. They may buy whatever they want to buy. So it is the result of this is the endorsement issued by the state of specific texts and the ability to purchase these texts off of a state contract. So nothing that we're here discussing prohibits or allows anyone to do something. There is no regulating of people's ability to buy academic content. Now, given that the 7-year cycle for these two areas, K2 and K5, math and ELA, arrives here in 2012, it is a interesting, and I might even suggest unfortunate, coinciding of timing. Because at the same time that these texts arrive, you have adopted the Common Core state standards along with most other states. Meaning that publishers, by no fault of their own, are put in a very difficult position of having to accelerate the change across their entire content line. So this year, roughly on our administration's arrival and this board's arrival into its positions, the department, per instruction by regulations that were in existence, have been in existence for some time, started this process. The board appointed members of a committee, an expert committee met, they began to review the curricula of publishers, some of whom are represented here today, and they made recommendations based on rubrics that they had gotten and designed to align their assessments with the Common Core standards. The findings of most recommendations, and you've seen the recommendations, were that the texts are not aligned with the Common Core state standards and the assessments that will come down as part of the Common Core state standards. My office and my team then reviewed those recommendations, and it is our assessment that if you really look at the PARC assessments, which we are the consortium of which we're a part, there really is no reasonable way to expect that any of the publishers, by no fault of their own, should be able to align their textbooks fully with assessments that have yet to be produced and won't be produced for another 1.5 years. Meaning that the implication of you endorsing specific textbooks would be to send a signal to specific districts that something is ready for teachers to teach to it in a way that aligns with assessments that haven't yet been produced, which in our estimation would mean that these districts would have to effectively go back and again purchase textbooks in 1 year or 2 years, which could be a serious waste of money. You are not in front of you, therefore, seeing a recommendation to do anything. There is no forward movement that we're recommending at all. The effect of this is not to cancel any textbook. It's not to disrespect or reject or say that one is better than the other. It is simply to recommend effectively no action, that you simply receive the report, and that thus current contracts be extended. We, in the interim, will provide guidance to districts through our Office of Content led by Assistant Superintendent Bradford that will allow them, A, to make intelligent decisions about what text they choose this year, if any, in alignment with the Common Core, will allow them to begin scope and sequence development themselves to align better with the Common Core. And we'll continue our strategy of giving them assessments that, for practice, that we think reflect replicas, essentially, of the PARC tests. So you are not being asked to take positive action to endorse anything or reject anything as part of this. We are simply not putting any of the texts in front of you for recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Do we have motions? Yes, Mr. Ramos.
I have a series of questions. No. The process, what you said makes complete sense to me, but the process of what we do, to me, seems to be one of the great dinosaurs in our state. The idea that their textbooks go through 7-year cycles and, you know, in modern times, they can modify these textbooks in a moment's notice. I would like to see, should we consider a different way of doing this? One, I'm not a really big believer in the state being in the business of endorsing textbooks, but if we're going to have a list, this idea that it's a 7-year cycle, to me, no longer seems appropriate. So I don't expect comment now, but I think this board may want to consider a different way of doing this, and would certainly like suggestions from the department as to a different way.
Would you like to add that as an agenda item for
I'll
January?
work with the department on how we do that. I don't want to make a formal motion now, but it's
Okay.
very frustrating. We've done this a couple times.
I don't disagree. I think if we're being inclusive, then we may be shortchanging ourselves.
Ms. Bradford,
Sorry for the comment. Yes, Mr. Bennett?
just entertain this question. I don't know if anybody goes far back enough, but why was there a 7-year cycle? What was the reason for the rotation? Does anyone know?
Mr. Lee?
I was looking at
Our
Ms. Lee.
historian?
I'll offer my
She can probably
theory.
answer it better, but I can give you my opinion.
Here we have someone who's going to tell us.
Okay, I'm Jackie Bobette with the Curricular Resources section, and the reason for the 7-year cycle was contractually, it was as long as we could hold out. Basically, it's an economic decision. So if they didn't have to keep buying new materials, they could continue to use the materials. But although it was long ago in a dinosaur, before it would be maintaining books for 20 or 30 years. So at the time when this old policy came about, it was something a little more innovative that we would only have them for 7 years.
Well, that was my thought. Was it a possibility that some districts, in the effort to save money, were having some textbooks that were 20 and 30 years old? And there's an issue there.
I thought it was just lucky number 7 myself. That's where I was. Yeah.
Roll the dice, John.
I will say that some of our publisher colleagues who are here today have textbooks that can, are on an iPad that can be updated overnight. So I think your point is well taken, and we should work on this together.
All right. Any other comments before we go to public comments?
I have a comment.
Ms. Bobby.
I do believe that we need to engage in figuring out how to update this process. I think one of the things that we have to recognize that was part of this process is that educators gave their time and energy to look at these books and to think about how these books meet the standards. And although I think that that's valuable time for all of the educators who are trying to become more familiar with the Common Core standards, I think that we owe it to the educators to make sure that when we ask them to do tasks, that they're worthwhile tasks. And I think that this goes along with what Mr. Romer is talking about in terms of we have a process, and although the process was put in place at one time to meet a need, that it's no longer meeting that need, and so it's creating more problems. So I think this is one of those policies that we need to revisit to make sure that we're meeting the needs of everyone.
I think the department will make sure that happens. Mr. Lee?
I think this is evolving and will continue to do so because of e-books and just changing times we're living in, and the Common Core requirements, with publishers having to address that. But it's also true that Louisiana has, in effect, only had the opportunity to adopt the books that were used in larger states, bigger states like California and Florida, where the publishers primarily got their information from to develop their materials. I think we'll see that change some with electronics. So it's all of this just has to come together, and I agree completely that we need to not be approving anything at this point, but just give it a little more time.
Yeah. All right. First comments, and please be reminded you have a 3-minute limit. Johnny Coate, speaking for Hope Mifflin, Harcourt. And coming with him is Catherine Mock, representing the same.
Madam Chair,
Green light.
Madam Chairman and members of the board and Mr. Superintendent, I'm Johnny Koch. I'm here today with Houghton Mifflin Publishers. This is the first time I've been before the board in its new impoundment, and I just found out today that Mr. Lee retired after 55 years, which congratulations, that is an incredible a long amount of time, and I know a lot of sweat, a lot of great effort, and I know we really appreciate it. I'm going to reserve my time what I have if there are any questions, and I would like to introduce to you Ms. Catherine Mock, who's Vice President of Reading, who has some comments that I believe could address some of the discussion that's already been had. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny, and thank you, board members and Dr. White. I am Kathy Mock. I'm Vice President of Reading Development for Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. So I'm kind of the other end of this discussion, the publisher's end of the discussion you have. I have to say, as my first sentence, my first teaching job out of college was in Head Start. So I have been inspired this morning by the conversations I've heard around pre-K and 0 to 5 years old. And I've been listening and looking at a lot of faces go by in my brain and wondering where they are today, because that's been some years ago. So thank you for some great discussion. So as a teacher and as a publisher, what brings me to the table today is probably the beginning, as you have discussed, Dr. White, of the call of reading development for Louisiana and for a program. And we answered that call, submitted that program, and then some weeks ago I came and spent a week with the state evaluators. And thank you for your comments about the teachers, because they worked very hard in evaluating these programs. And I had an opportunity to sit for an entire week and listen. And it's almost like a mother listening to your child being built up and torn apart and built down and praised and so forth. So it was both a very rewarding experience and excruciatingly painful in some cases, I have to be very honest. I also spent a day in this building reading all the written reviews, every single word that every single committee member said about every single company, because I know that we can gain insight from that. And you're only a good teacher if you look at what is said to you and you use that. So we went back, asked for a chance to build a rebuttal to what we had heard in the form of building something new that we could bring in, or addition that we could bring in that would support and further support what the committee members said. We met with Dr. White. We were offered that opportunity through the State Department, and we graciously thank everyone that we talked to around this in our efforts to meet the needs of the children of Louisiana. We did that, and now that this process is sort of stopped, we're kind of caught here in the middle with a little cloud over our heads, if you will. So we're asking in good faith to benefit the children of this state that we be allowed to go through with that process and to really bring forth the work that we've already done and that we felt we were already committed to. Have your committee or whoever you decide look at that work, some of which we in writing committed to those teachers that evaluated. It's important to us because you have a caravan coming up, because we want to make sure that every district, every parish understands exactly where we stand and everybody stands. So that caravan starts the 1st of January, early January, so the clock is ticking for us. We've done our homework today, and I'm here to ask that that some way be reviewed as a part of this process. As the mother of this program, I'm interested in removing that little cloud over my head from the adoption listing, where we didn't get the listing we would have loved to have seen at K2. So I appreciate your listening to me. I appreciate all your work, and again, I appreciate your great conversation this morning.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Destiny.
I have a question for the superintendent. I think there's been a direct request that the response to the Textbook Advisory Committee to, I believe, the submission, that they complete the process, that there be a review of their response. Is that something that the department's willing to commit to doing?
Absolutely. I believe we've completed that review. We will communicate that back to Houghton.
Okay.
We thank you, and you've made the point before, and thank you very much, and we will certainly honor that. And I appreciate all the work you've put in. You've been greatly patient with us as we've walked through this process. We are in a changing time, and I thank all of you and your colleagues.
Thank you.
And I might just add in closing, that anything as, obviously, we're very interested in the process, apparently, that at least has been discussed going forward. And we would certainly want to be part of that engagement as you go forward and evaluate and reevaluate the process of textbook approval.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would think, though, those school systems that want to buy new materials could do so, should be permitted to do so. And I think those publishers would need to know that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lee. And our last speaker is Lee Barrios. I'm sorry. I think that was the wrong. I thought that was interesting, but sorry about that, Ms. Barrios. That's our last comment card. We have a motion on the floor to receive this report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 3.2, and that's on page 131. Consideration of the authorization of course providers for the course choice program. The department recommendation is to approve.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation, and I really would like to commend the superintendent and the team who worked on this. This is a really tremendous effort, and I think the recommendation before us is evidence of that.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Gio. Yes, Mr. Knockin.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to clarify a quick question on the course choice. And this is brought to me by my principal, who I was able to look over my, we had a conference. But just to clarify, if a student takes a course through the course choice, and that course has an EOC assessment for it, the provider of that course should have the EOC result, not and not the student's school. How would that work in the program? I just want to clarify. I know on page 158 in your book, quality level 4, it mentions in the second paragraph there a little bit about the accountability. But can that be clarified on who gets the accountability for that student? Maybe
Sure.
Mr. Superintendent?
Sure, and why don't I, Mr. Knockin, make some introductory comments, and why don't I cover that in my comments, if
Yes, sir.
that works.
Definitely.
Thank you. Members, the purpose of the course choice program, which is outlined in Act 2 of this year's legislative session, is the idea that when we talk about choice, really it's not just about, are you in a failing school or not? Are you in a public school, or are you in a charter public school? Are you in a private school? It's really, those are some ways of outlining what parents and kids choose. But really, most families send their child to the local public school, whether it's high school or whether it's elementary school. And there's a question about what options then a student is presented with. And especially as a student's interests get more complex, as the student gets older, their needs become more varied. You might have some students who are on a path toward completing a significant number of college courses in a given area or in core courses before leaving high school. You might have a student who has a particular career interest. You might have a student who has a language interest, and there's simply no way that a small rural high school is able to offer more than 1 or 2 languages. We've talked quite great length about the fact that of 385 high schools last year, only 121 were able to offer an advanced placement class. So there is a large spectrum of need, and the philosophy as articulated by the legislature was that if there is to be choice, then choice should go beyond just the question of what school you're in. It should go to what courses you're able to take. And I will talk a little bit about other legal issues in a second. The legislature thus proposed, passed, and enacted Act 2, and including the course choice program, which basically authorizes, similar to charter schools, outside applicants, whether they're public school systems, and we have those, whether they are Louisiana companies, and we have those, whether they're institutions of higher education, online education firms, individual educators, we have all of those, to apply to the department, and thus ultimately the department to recommend to you to be authorized to provide courses and to be funded to develop and implement those courses. 96 such groups applied. As I said, they cover the entire gamut of our society, from the Cyber Innovation Center in Bossier to Bard College in New Orleans. It is a wide range of organizations. It is an impressive range of organizations. And I thought it would be worth just to kind of speak to some of the things that I think are just most demonstrative of this kind of work, how this process has stimulated the best of, yes, some folks from outside Louisiana, but in great respect, people within Louisiana to present options to our kids that really didn't exist before. Our first applicant to the entire program was the Pelican Division of Associated Builders and Contractors. They are going to use their National Center for Construction, Education, and Research curriculum to provide hands-on training in construction trades in a way that will essentially be an apprentice model for students who are seeking employment either post-high school or post the technical college experience for those students. The Alliance Safety Council has applied to provide us a career success skills course, a kind of course that we don't currently have in our portfolio that will teach critical safety skills, work skills, and life skills such as conflict resolution that are all essential to the workplace, but they're not specific to a specific career. Acadian Ambulance, which you well know, our largest EMT organization in the state, was one of our first applicants. They are going to provide a full suite of hands-on emergency medical services course offerings to students across the state. The Cyber Innovation Center, as I mentioned, which is really one of our country's leading cybersecurity development organizations, will work with high schools across the state in the high school setting to provide a cutting-edge physics class that will not only enable Louisiana students to excel in the physics assessments that they need in order to master science and STEM courses in college, but also to be a gateway for those students seeking a career in cyber counterterrorism fields, and using one of Louisiana's really truly great and often unmentioned but really important organizations. You know, there are a lot of courses that are authorized, but those are just kind of the highlights, in my view, of ways that we can provide things for kids through this opportunity we weren't able to provide otherwise. There were 96 applicants. They went through an initial screen as to whether or not their applications met the standard for interview. 72 ultimately were interviewed. Based on those 72 interviews, 48 were selected. And I want to thank the department staff, many of whom are sitting right in front of us, and you guys, I will tell you, to get those interviews done, what you all did was, as Ms. Dastuke mentioned, just, I cannot tell you, there's a wide range of folks sitting in the room. I'm not going to name everybody, but really so appreciated, because I think it hasn't been a story that's been told, but it's so appreciated. And the thing is, after that, it didn't end there, because we got to 48, and then we had to have, as stipulated by the law, and I think very positively, a independent panel review process. And that had to happen all while we were finishing the end interviews. An independent panel of experts, volunteer educators, legal experts, finance experts from Louisiana, formed to review each successful applicant. 4 of the applicants they expressed reservations about, and thus 3 were removed. One, and I'm happy to discuss or have our assistant superintendents discuss, one of them, the Bossier Parish School System, we thought best to include because we thought that their record of success student achievement-wise was significant enough such that they should be included. And thus we are bringing you 45 proposals for your consideration today. Let me finally mention, as you know, a state court last week found that the mechanics of how certain elements of Act 2 are funded are unconstitutional. And I want to distinguish between the idea that the mechanics of how the program is funded is a very distinct thing from what the judge did, which was to go out of his way saying the provisions or the programs of Act 2 themselves are fully legal and constitutional. That was not the question in front of him. The question is the mechanics on how they are funded. What you are doing today is no different from what you do with charter schools. You are authorizing the department to enter into a contract with that organization such that if funding is provided, then they will be funded. If there is no funding vehicle allowed for, then there would be no funding for this program. But the program needs to be authorized and the providers authorized to engage in it in order for there to be any funding. In this year's MFP, or in this year's state budget, there would have to be funding for any program that we authorize to exist, charter school or anything else, in order for these programs to be funded. So you are not here today to hear something that is relevant to that case last week or material to it and its findings, because that was a finding on the mechanics of funding, which, as with anything else, have to exist and be successful to fund something that you have authorized. You instead are here today to authorize the providers. Alex, in answer to your question, the accountability that is built into the law says that you thus will review annual reports of any provider that is authorized. You will, on a 3-year cycle, review their success for meeting student achievement targets, or they're not being successful, and you will make a decision as to whether or not they should be able to continue to operate. That is more accountability than exists for any published textbook, any online course, any dual enrollment course, any advanced placement provider of, I believe, anywhere in the country. So the accountability is strong. At the same time, because the law says that it is in the event of that a child or student attends a C, D, or F school, that they would be able to take a course already offered by that school, which would be the case that you're describing, Alex. The accountability, it's the course, the end of course test still rests with that school. The law says that. That was not this board, that was the legislature. And the reason it does that is basically to ensure that the school maintains an investment in ensuring that that student leaves, or that student achieves. And if that student sees fit to leave and take that course elsewhere, then that's that student's choice. But that doesn't mean that the school should give up on its obligations to ensure that that student does well on that test. And that was a decision the legislature made. It was not made under this board.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, comments? Ms. Beebe, and then Ms. Buffy.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Mr. White, as I listened to your presentation, I still think that some administrators would have or do have great concerns, particularly with outside entities which they have very little authority. And I feel very confident in saying that this, would present a problem for them, particularly when this score is reflected in their school performance score. So I think, I really think it's a problem. And you did mention the ruling last week, and I'm going to say that I think it's a bit irresponsible on our part to move forward until we are assured that we have the blessing of law, okay? And, it's just like with those students who enrolled in voucher programs, they're up in the, they're frustrated with the situation, and, there's no clear-cut or defined answer for them other than what the ruling is. So I just think moving forward, I would prefer that we wait, that we postpone action until we understand that there may be further litigation. And just as I asked for an Attorney General's opinion, this board was quick to tell me that, this is being litigated, we need to wait, and so forth. So that's my position.
May I respond to that, just to that point, Ms. Beebe, just so we have clarification? Thank you. I appreciate you giving me the chance. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you had the judge said that the course choice program is itself unconstitutional or illegal. But, and I was trying to draw this distinction in my comments before, anything that you as a board approve for the 2013-2014 school year has to be funded through some mechanism of the 2013-2014 state's budget. That budget hasn't been determined yet. The MFP formula hasn't been determined yet. So if you authorize a charter school, if you authorize a district program, if you authorize a French immersion program, if you authorize this program, if it's not funded, it won't ever happen. But you still go ahead as a board and make those decisions to authorize the program in anticipation of the legislature's determination as to whether or not to fund it. So you always would make this decision separate and apart from your MFP approvals, and you always would make this determination separate and apart from the legislature. Thus, because the lawsuit only has to do with the funding of it, I'm telling you that there's no reason to wait because they are simply entirely separate decisions, would be in any year and are this year.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, Ms. Bigby. Well, I just trying to get recognized. Sorry.
And I wanted to make it clear that I'm not opposed to choice, but I am very much concerned about these providers. You mentioned that accountability is in place, but if it's the virtual school in out of state, for example, how do you monitor? How are we reassured that the student is actually doing the work, completing the work?
Yep.
Now, in my parish, we do have a virtual learning program in which we hire teachers to monitor the children, have the autonomy to work at home and complete their lessons, but they do come into our center to take the exam. So that's also a concern. So you mentioned earlier there is accountability, but how can you ensure that accountability?
It's a great question, and thank you. And by the way, I want to commend you and the superintendent for really being a forerunner in online learning in Louisiana. Your choice to go ahead and adopt in St. Martin an online school, I thought was a very forward-looking decision. This has accountability in multiple respects. Number one, as really the first such program in the country to do this, every course, a provider does not receive funding for the second half of the course, or the second half of the payment, until the course has been completed and passed. Second, you as a board have the ability to review on an annual basis whether students are in fact achieving under the targets that's laid out for each provider. And you may discontinue the authorization of that provider at any time given those academic achievement results. Now, contrast that with the status quo today. By no one's fault, but there is online learning going on across this state. I would venture in every single parish, although I think what St. Martin is doing is a little bit more advanced. There is no accountability for those online providers in that case. There are textbooks used and other pieces of academic content. There is no accountability for those providers other than the judgment of the people who are using them. So what I'm suggesting is that by enacting a program where it's required that they have a plan for assessment, it's required that they issue an annual report. If you are able to review it, you are able to shut them down if they are not hitting their objectives in any year. You're actually shining a much brighter light and enacting much greater accountability over academic content than has been in the past.
Yeah, but I can understand that explanation. However, when you tell me as a school administrator that I'm getting that score and the child failed, I understand you just pointed out you can always say that you're not supportive of the outcome, and then you can terminate contract with them. But at the same time, it may be at that point you may not know the outcome until that score is obtained, and that's the concern that many.
And I've heard it from many administrators. You're not the first, Ms. Beebe, and I respect it. It was in the law. I think the other thing is that I sense from the legislature is that they didn't want to create a situation where there was an incentive for a school to say, well, you're a low-performing student, therefore you should go work with this provider and remove them from accountability. I think that was the basic thinking.
And I also want to point out, going back to the earlier discussion regarding Act 3, do you see that these stakeholders came in and they had time to speak, and that was the missing link in the other discussion? It's like we were building the plane as we fly it, but in this case, maybe we learned our lesson, but we're taking our time, we're listening to stakeholders, and I really feel that we missed that in the K-12 legislation, and I hope that would be a lesson learned by legislators. Another comment, upon reviewing the applications or those recommended from the applications, and I know this is not politically correct, however, I would be remiss if I did not make note of one of these entities. There could be a possible violation, a conflict of interest, I should say, when one looks at the Secretary of State's website to see the contributions that were submitted to those vying for BESE seats. I just want to point it out, and some of you may want to recuse yourself or on that one item.
Could you give an explanation? Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Getting ready to approve the PAC, the political PAC, donated considerable, significant dollar amounts to those candidates, some candidates who sought BESE positions. And I'm just bringing it to light in the event that you would want to recuse yourself. And you didn't run this statute, so it doesn't apply to you.
Madam Chairman.
Can we move on? Are you finished, Ms. Beebe?
Yeah.
Ms. Dasty, you're
Madam
next.
Chairman, Ms. Beebe is absolutely correct. I did not run, but I do think that that kind of comment made probably deserves a little further explanation.
Well, I don't have a problem, like I said, it may not be politically correct, but in fact, it was the first entity that Mr. White was
I'm sorry, I don't think this is appropriate
Okay.
for this time in our agenda.
I don't have a problem saying it publicly.
I understand, but I'm just trying to move us through our agenda, and so the agenda is very long, and so let's please stay on course choice. Any other comments?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay, Ms. Dasty, you had been.
I just had a question for the superintendent around the Act 2 and this course choice. Does the Act require the board to build this program in preparation for students being able to participate in the 2013-14 school year?
It is a shall in the legislation.
Okay, so there's not an option for the board not to move forward and complete?
No, there's not that option.
And are we on schedule?
We are on schedule, but it says that we shall create such a process by January 1 of 2013.
So we really don't have an option other than to move forward. We don't have the option to delay.
That's correct. Now, the decisions regarding the providers are yours as the board, but we do not have a choice in the legislation to delay the process.
Okay. Thank you.
And I know we had several people over here, Ms. Hill, and then Ms. Ivy, and then Mr. Rimmer.
I have a question for the superintendent, then I have a comment. A part of this course choice provider program, how would we govern what's passing in the standards? Who were governing that as far as within the districts with these students, as Ms. Beebe mentioned?
Well, the course provider, as with the school, will determine whether or not someone is passing. That is true of any school or any teacher, and these are all courses that have a teacher of record. So in that respect, it is literally no different from a teacher in a traditional school who grades a course. It's different from a traditional course in that if a student does not complete the course, the provider does not get the money, unlike in a traditional school system. And then in our contract with each provider, we will outline what it is that they are to achieve academically. In their application, they had to say, this is our plan for assessment of student achievement. They will then draw up a contract, as a charter contract does with the department. After the charter has been approved or authorized by the board, the department then enters into a contract with them that will include performance terms. You are able on an annual basis to review the degree to which a provider met the performance terms. And just to talk about this in case of point, if for example, it was seen that a majority of students did not complete the course, or that, for example, we looked at the end of course tests to Mr. Knockin's point, and let's just say that we saw that the end of course tests that students with the course provider were taking were dramatically lower than those taken by the traditional school. We would have every ability as a board to say, you can no longer do this. Your outcomes are no good. And we will make all that information available to the board as part of the annual report process. So even though it's a 3-year cycle, you should have the confidence that you will receive an annual report. Let me finally say that we are taking reports on a biweekly basis from course providers. And that is a new level of micro accountability that we do not have in our school systems as well. So we're taking regular interim data from these providers to make sure that students are on track. And I think that that's a new and novel accountability system.
Okay, so I guess yearly we would just do an audit of these programs to make sure, or would it be quarterly that we'll do this?
Well,
audit?
we'll make an annual report available.
Okay.
But at any time, if the board wishes to see the results up to date of a given course provider, we'll provide it to the board. And the board is empowered to vote to no longer authorize a provider at any time. The law stipulates that after on a 3-year cycle, the board must make a decision as to whether to reauthorize. But the board is able to make a decision at any point as to whether or not to continue the authorization of a provider, and we're able to show you data whenever you like.
Okay. And I guess my comment, I said I had a question, you answered the question, and my comment, I guess, would be in lieu to my colleague, what Ms. Beebe mentioned in reference to approving some of these providers, which have significantly contributed to some of elected board members' campaign. And so that's another concern of mine, ethically looking at, we have some of these providers that's on this list, and just a conflict of interest. I just wanted to make sure that that it be note that some board members have received some contribution
I
from
think that's
some
the
of these
individual
providers.
board member's
So-
decision, but thank you for bringing that out. Ms. Buffy?
When I think about why I ran for this position, and that being for the students of Louisiana, I don't believe, maybe then the Act 3 legislation, but other than possibly the Act 3 legislation, I don't believe that there's any initiative that we are tackling right now that presents more promise for our students. And so I've been very engaged with the department in this process and appreciate all of the hard work that the department staff put into to this work to get us to this point. And I'm so excited about the opportunities that the courses will provide our students. You know, I think that was the thing that frustrated me most in the classroom, is the system not serving students. But now that we have a mechanism in place to serve students on a tremendous level, I just am so excited, being the mother of a kindergartner, about what will potentially exist for him by the time he's old enough to take advantage of some of these opportunities. So I appreciate the work. I appreciate the idea. I wish I could talk to the individual who first planted this idea in the minds of the legislators. And I just think that this promotes tremendous opportunities. I'm especially excited about the opportunities that exist for individual educators to re-envision the way that they do their work, that they're not necessarily bound by time and space to be a teacher, but that they could be a teacher on their own clock as opposed to a school schedule. I'm excited about the school districts and where they've stepped up to say, we're going to provide services for kids because we believe that we have something that more kids need. I love the partnerships that exist, the way that districts and other entities are thinking about working with people. I think in particular, if you look at the Acadiana Symphony, I know that they're going to be working with Lafayette Parish to offer services to kids that have not existed before. So I just have to note how tremendously proud I am to have this opportunity to move forward, and very interested in continuing to be engaged to make sure that these opportunities benefit our students. And then I'll just say that anyone can contribute to my campaign if I decide to run again. And but I want you to know, and I think everyone should know, is that when I make decisions for children and for my constituents. And so if you do contribute to my campaign, it doesn't mean that I'll vote a certain way or the other. And I just want you to know that I act with integrity, and that when someone questions that on the board, I find that very troubling.
Thank you, Ms. Buffy. Mr. Rummer?
Yeah, I've got just a long list of conflicts. I need to go ahead and just get out here, I guess. We'll just start on page 135. The first one deals with oil and gas production. My company certainly invests in oil and gas I've got a vested interest that they be successful, so I guess that's probably a conflict. On page 136, the Acadiana Symphony, my kids play the violin. This probably is a conflict for me because I hope they're successful. Let's just keep going. On page 139, I'm a product of Bossier Parish Schools. I went to school in Bossier Parish. I'm probably conflicted on that one because I'd like to see them be successful. I went to high school on page 140. I went to high school in Caddo Parish, and so I'm conflicted again there because I hope they're successful. My son went to a Sylvan
Mr.
Learning
Romer,
Center.
I hate to interrupt you, but we really need to stick to our agenda, and I appreciate your confession.
Okay.
But if you don't mind, we're going to move forward at this time.
I do have a comment.
Any other comments or questions? Ms.
Just want to, it's already been noted, I'd like to have it noted on the record as well. I think about the fact that we still live in a country that by and large, we can predict with high degrees of accuracy the likelihood of a child being able to have access to the educational opportunities that they deserve simply based on their zip code. By and large, in this country, demographics still determine destiny, and that has been proven over and over again. And so when I think about the opportunities that are being expanded by a policy such as this one, and how innovative a policy like this could be in our state, I just have to definitely commend the superintendent, commend the department for the absolute hard work that has been put into this so far, because I know what it's going to mean not only for children in my district, but what it's going to mean for children across the state. And in many ways, we are leading on this as a state when I think about where other states are. So commend for you for your hard work.
Am I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
It's a child's choice on whether or not they take one of these courses, right?
Yes.
And I got to point out one more. On page 144, the Florida Virtual School. I enjoy going to Florida, and I'm probably conflicted from supporting anything in that state. Thanks.
Any other comments? All right, then our first public speaker is Lee Barrios. Sorry about the confusion last time. I had you in the wrong stack.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher from St. Tammany. Thank you, Mr. Romer, for pointing out the laughability, of this conversation. I may be the only one in this room who thinks that this program is absurd. Then again, I may be the only one that's willing to get up here and be put down by Mr. Romer or some of the others of you pointing out the absurdity of this program. I really thought this was going to be pulled from the agenda because of the lawsuit. It does, in fact, and I realize you're going to look for other means of funding, Mr. White, for this program, but you're still going to be asking for taxpayers to fund private industry to develop their workforce. There will be little, if any, oversight or accountability for this program, just like there are extreme deficiencies in the oversight and accountability of charters throughout the nation, as recently pointed out by the U.S. Inspector General. This is going to divert from academic offerings of schools. St. Tammany Parish is innovative, although it's not recognized as being that by this board. Offerings that they have, which are part of the public school system, there will be diversions from those. This is going to this is an effort to jeopardize the professionalism of teachers who will be faced with being tested and their professions being removed from them based on their student performance when they're off taking some of these courses, like the first provider is offering barbering, cosmetology, and oil and gas production. What kind of expertise can one company have in those offerings? There's money going to be taken outside of Louisiana to fund some of these, as Mr. White pointed out. It's just another outsourcing opportunity. I'm asking that I think it's kind of absurd to ask that you not consider this at this point. I know you want to get it done so you can push it through the legislature, or you hope you will. And I ask you to vote against this or not to move on this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Our next speaker is Robert Chapman.
Chapman, and I'm attorney for and representing Dance Noir Studio. And after listening to Superintendent White, I'm assuming that Dance Noir was one of the 3 that was removed because of the panel of experts. Am I correct? But
That's correct.
In any case, just to give you a brief timeline of what happened with Dance Noir and this inconsistency that occurred, on or about October 12th, Dance Noir Studios, through its representative Crystal Jackson, submitted an online application seeking to be a course choice provider. On October 22nd, she received an email from Ms. Stephanie Markin, the Educational Technology Senior Consultant of the Department of Education, congratulating them on the application process and moving them forward to the next process, which was the interview phase. She later, by formal email, gave them a date and time of November 7th of an interview process. The interview went wonderful. On November 14th, an email was sent by Mr. Ken Brad and Mr. Dave Lefkowitz, the course choice co-team leaders, congratulating them on the interview process and informing Dance Noir that letter is before you on making it to be approved before the BESE board. Well, if you would look on, have that letter in front of you. It says
Ms. Chapman, I just want to remind you have a minute and 30
okay, yes,
seconds
ma'am.
left.
I'm sorry about that. To conclude, on November 28th, she received a phone call from Mr. Lefkowitz saying that they were no longer approved. Superintendent White, we just want to know why we weren't approved, but you said that the panel, after being approved, can disapprove any person or any group. In that letter, well, number 1 states this rating by the panel will not be non-binding. Your organization will be presented to the BESE board with our positive recommendation, whatever rating the independent experts provide. So we would just like to know exactly what does that mean, and if there can be no legitimate problem found with Dance Noir being on the agenda, we would like Dance Noir placed back on that agenda.
Thank you. I'm going to respond to the board on just in response to your comments. Of the 48 providers that made it through the interview process, Dance Noir was one. Every one of those providers, per the law, was put through an independent panel review. The panel was made up of volunteer experts from across the state, educators, finance people, legal experts, and so on. And 4 of them were given thumbs down ratings. They were heard by 3-person panels, and I believe that the vote on Dance Noir was 0-3 against the proposal. In the case where we saw such unanimity on the panel, we thought that it was best to obey and heed the caution that the law provides by giving this process, and best to remove the organization from the process. There was one Bossier Parish school system that received a negative vote. I believed it received a 1-2 vote on the panel. Bossier did. Because it was a 1-2 vote, and because Bossier has a B rating as a district, and because it is a long-standing institution and we understand it well, we thought best for it to go ahead. Unfortunately, in the case of Dance Noir, and I don't know the details of that communication, sir, that you're mentioning, but the department has the prerogative to come before the board and issue its recommendations. We determined, and this was my decision, to issue the recommendation in accordance with a unanimous vote by the panel, and that's why. I understand what you do. The organization offers instruction in dance, in multiple types of dance, and I respect it greatly. I hope that the application can be improved and we can hear it next year, but unfortunately at this time we did not bring the recommendation at our discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Wayne Free.
By the way, before Mr. Free comments, could I just say one thing and add it to what I said before? One thing that hasn't been noted in some of the comments is that a large number of the providers are parish school systems and are employees of parish school systems as teachers. Caddo Parish, Bossier Parish, Livingston Parish, St. James Parish, on down the line. They are marketing essentially in partnership with groups or not in partnership, creative things that they do to kids outside of their parishes. And I just wanted to be clear when I said that that was the case.
Mr. Free.
I had planned to stay out of this. But,
Mr. Freak, if I can interrupt you.
yes,
for a moment.
I
If you-
apologize.
If you have a comment card, you need to submit it now, because policy really is that they have to be submitted 10 minutes before it starts. And so I've been taking them, and I don't mind taking them, but if you could, please do them now and bring them here.
Wayne
Mr.
Freed,
Freak.
Louisiana Association of Educators. Over the last 3 weeks, I got to spend a lot of time with Ann Wesley and Gracie and Brooklyn. They're 3-year-olds through 6-year-olds. Got to go with them to gymnastics, to dance, to all of the activities that they are engaged in because we can financially provide that support to them. Got to watch them sit and work with a retired kindergarten teacher and know that when Ann Wesley walked into school, she was told by her teacher she was the most talented child there. There isn't any question in my mind that this kind of process is great. Question is, how do you pay for it without killing everybody else in the process? And that's what this state did not do.
Thank you, Mr. Free. Mary Patricia Ray, Louisiana Federation of Teachers.
My name is Mary Patricia Ray. I'm the Legislative Director for the Louisiana Federation of Teachers. I first want to point out that the state's own lawyer on Friday and Thursday and Wednesday stated that this language about course providers or any other language that doesn't have adequate funding is merely aspirational. It may be a good aspiration. You may love it. I may hate it. But the point is, it's merely aspirational. So the suggestion that this board has no other option than to vote on this today is utterly ridiculous. Your own lawyers have advised you the opposite. No matter what this board believes about the legality of implementing the provisions of Act 2 during the pendency of your appeal to the Supreme Court, it must consider the wasted resources that will result from its decision to continue implementing programs for which there is no legal funding. Your vote may be legally authorized, but that does not make it responsible. As Judge Kelly states on page 1 of his opinion, the Course Choice Program requires the payment of minimum foundations program funds by the Louisiana Department of Education to online education providers, virtual education providers, post-secondary education institutions, and entities that offer vocational or technical coursework. The judge was, of course, citing to relevant provisions of Act 2. Later on page 34 of his opinion, after a full recitation of the findings of fact and law in the case, including the indulgence he showed for the state defendant's arguments that ultimately failed to persuade him to sidestep our Constitution, he stated, "This court finds that SCR 99 and Act 2 unconstitutionally divert MFP funds that are constitutionally mandated to be allocated to public elementary and secondary schools to non-public entities in violation of Article 8, Section 13B of the Louisiana Constitution of 1974. As such, to the extent that the MFP adopted by BESE allows any such funds to be utilized for any non-public educational institution opportunities, BESE was acting outside of its authority with regard to the MFP. Your decision today doesn't impact funding. In fact, it can't be implemented until there's funding, so it begs the question why you're bothering to do it in the first place. Today, this committee is considering whether or not to set a precedent of promoting a policy of promulgating rules for programs which currently have no funding source. By making promises to providers as well as to parents, which it cannot keep, this board risks, by the subversion of the judge's orders as well as the subversion of common sense, breaching the public trust. Without first securing constitutional funding for this program, the very consideration of this agenda item is a waste of state resources, since the program under consideration will in all likelihood not be funded until and unless the legislature finds funds outside the MFP in order to fund it. We suggest that this board spend its time productively, seeking proper funding for the programs it wishes to advance, rather than promoting obstinance as a motivation for policy making. And I, of course, expect a rebuttal as always.
Well, when one asks for it, one shall receive. I just want to remind board members that you routinely pass authorize things to happen in the next fiscal year that then the budget has to be responsive to. And, that's just part of the process, irrespective of we are authorizing number for 14, and that's true with charter schools later. And if the funding exists, then the funding exists. If it does not, it does not.
Our next speaker is Stephanie DeSalle, Council for a Better Louisiana.
Wow, thank you for having me speak after Angry Spice. Stephanie DeSalle, I'm with the Council for a Better Louisiana. I've spent a lot of time reviewing the whole process that the department has used. I want to echo some of the comments of Ms. Boffey, because it's really good to see such a thorough and comprehensive process used. When you start with 96 interests and you whittle it down to 45, it's some evidence that this whole effort is focused on quality, not quantity, and that's good. But then even back to your student reps' comments, and even to Ms. Beebe's comments about accountability, those are very important things. So we were very happy to see that you have some very specific measures for tracking how these programs will succeed with children. Now I'm going to back off that a minute. Regardless of whether there's an Act 2, a funding mechanism through the MFP or the state, or even 8G funds if you choose, you as the board, the State Board of Education, can develop a process for course choice regardless of what anybody says. I've been following policy and program development of this board for way longer than I should admit. Anytime there's a forward-thinking idea that could serve children, that we could be for a change on the cutting edge of doing something really good, really exciting and creative, as Ms. Boffey said, you should seize it. You should seize the moment and move forward. Funding is something that we can talk about later and think about. And I would even encourage you to look at AG as one of those possible funds. But I think to not move forward would be a travesty for children. Because frankly, the world is changing because of what's happening in technology. Education is going to change with it. And I would rather see Louisiana get on the front end, and let's move forward, and let's really try to do some good work where we find problems, eliminate it, change it, and move forward with the good. I'm all for accountability, absolutely, as long as it's based for children. And as far as the comment made about the private sector using taxpayer dollars for workforce training, I almost want to laugh. We spend almost $9 billion a year of federal, state, and local taxpayer dollars to educate children in K-12 schools, which are getting them ready for the workforce. So that's part of what we're about, is to get our young people ready for their next step in life. And in addition to some of the things Ms. Orange-Jones said about some of the kids who are in areas, having visited so many rural areas and heard the limited choices that children have, this is going to fill one of those needs that we have got to start addressing if we are going to accelerate the progress in this state.
Thank you,
And
Mrs.
I really
Bell.
think that's what we're about, is accelerating some progress. And we're very strongly in favor of this with the accountability that you've laid out. And thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for what we feel is a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bell. Next, Michael Falk, Louisiana Association of Superintendents.
Michael Falk with the Louisiana Association of School Superintendents and Superintendent of Central Schools. Madam Chair, I want to apologize before I start because my comments are not going to be political. I hope they're laced with common sense. The first thing, and I have some questions and concerns. Number one is, how will the department communicate with local school districts, those students who are intending to seize the opportunity for these course choices because we have staffing issues that we have to address, and if there are some things there. Second, let me run through them real quick and then you can hit them all. The second thing is, what will be the letter grade that will be used to determine? Will it be the most recent one, or will it be the one that's issued after the start of school, which will in turn impact staffing? My third question is this: if school systems would like to use the opportunity to enter into contracts individually or cooperatively as a group of school systems with these course choice providers and pay for the funding through their own funds, would that be prohibited?
Those are very, very typically very good questions. On the district communications question, we have realized that the better way to work this is not around the counselor but through the counselor. So our initial trainings will be trainings directly to the counselor, so that it is our hope that parents and students are making those decisions with counselors rather than through a process that is separate. Now, the counselor will have every access to the portal, the course choice portal as well. Now, in the end, Mr. Romer is right. If a family says this is what we want, then no one in the system or at the state or anywhere else has the right to override it, provided that the student is eligible for it. But we want to work with the counselor so that it's made on the same timeline that students' other course decisions are made for the following fall. So you should anticipate, actually, we'll be sending out notice, I believe, today of that webinar, correct? Yeah. Second, with respect to the letter grade that will be used to determine what the student attends is the most recently issued letter grade. So, in other words, if a student attends a B school as of the letter grade issued in October, that is the B school that they attend. In terms of we don't anticipate there being much choice exhibited over the course of the year. We imagine people will make those decisions before the school year starts. However, if students wish to choose, then they may make those choices based on the most recent letter grade. Finally, with respect to the contracts, you're right, this is already happening, and it already should happen. I think board members, superintendent raised a point, which is that one of the results of this, we think, will be more innovators like St. Martin stepping out and doing this. And I'm not just talking about virtual education. I mean career education with their local businesses, dual enrollment with their local colleges, and we should do everything to encourage that. It's certainly ideal the more choices offered, so yes, there's nothing prohibiting at all districts from entering those contracts.
And I guess a follow-up question is, if there's a provider that's nationally recognized and is not on the approved list, how do we as a school system receive any type of approval to engage in a contract or use their services?
If they are not, well, I'm imagining if they are, whether they're a public entity or a private entity, you may contract with them independently of your own volition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. Next, Jenny Krieger, Acadiana Symphony and Conservatory of Music.
Hi. I came today really not intending to speak, but as I listened to the conversation, I thought it might be a little bit important. I appreciate the opportunity to have applied for this program, and I think it's wonderful. Innovation certainly isn't something that always comes easy, and out-of-the-box thinking isn't always something that's comfortable, but it's appreciated, and I think I can address a little bit of some of the questions that have come up, because we are, in fact, implementing some of these programs already privately. This course choice program will possibly offer us a chance to leverage private funds and public funds and really provide a very quality education that is not currently available. Our particular program is being piloted right now, and with our academic achievement goal of a 20% increase, we're seeing results closer to the 40 and 50% increase, and the price cost for that is relatively cheap compared to the cost of other things that are already in place. So I think the possibility that this type of thinking and this type of program offers is really exciting, and we're thrilled to have made it this far in the process. what this funding would allow us to do is take what's currently being privately piloted by private funds and allowing us, through the support of our superintendent, who is eager to do this, to roll this opportunity out district-wide so that every child, doesn't matter what district they're in, has the opportunity to see that academic achievement improvement as we're seeing duplicated in our pilot program. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and for those who may not feel quite comfortable with it, to let them know that there is actually some really great work going on, and this will offer us the opportunity to expand the reach further. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Monahan, Louisiana Federation of Teachers.
Thank you, Chairman Bradford, Superintendent, members of the committee. I was one of those not intending to weigh in at this point on this. I think the court's the place where it plays out as far as the rest of it goes. We do have a position, and it's well expressed already. But I do rise in defense of the integrity and the honor of the entire board, and particularly to reframe the question that Ms. Beebe brought up. Because I know there was a lot of laughter in regard to, what that actually was about, and there was a sense of outrage that some felt their reputations or their honor and integrity was being impugned. But I think we are really in the dark if we don't realize that there is a national conversation going on about the infusion of money into Louisiana politics. And I think it's a matter of the record. In 2007, the entire election cycle for the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education had a total of $258,000 infused into it on all sides. In 2011, that amount rose to $2,386,000, potentially as so-called wrapped into, which I didn't choose the words, but the pro-reform side. I consider myself pro-reform, but I wasn't part of that $2,386,000. I think that brings back to Ms. Beebe's comments, or I think what I understood. Cobbled into that $2,386,000 was a contribution of $55,000 for one group that is going to act as a provider. No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying they're bad people or it's a bad product. I'm just simply saying, in the sake of government that is in many minds not beyond reproach, that this causes some to raise eyebrows. So it's in reference, and I say this most respectfully in regard to Mr. Romer's comments, it's not about the symphony, it's not about violin strings. It's about a lot of other strings that people perceive that may be playing into how the providers are chosen. I also end by simply saying this. It was said at the very beginning, and you all didn't pass Citizen versus U.S., and I know all of the money and all of that, but the money does shape opinion. And I think the board and Ms. Beebe was actually saying this is an opportunity to basically say, I'm not going to vote on this one because of this possible perception. Finally, I'll close by simply saying this. When the law passed in Act 2, there was ample opportunity to provide in that law clawback provisions, so that if indeed someone wasn't providing the service that you were asking for students, you could receive that money back. It's done in industry. It's done with other agreements in government. There is no clawback. The other aspect of this that I think was somewhat miscommunicated, and maybe not intentionally, money changes hands, or at least from one pot to the individual or company that provides, immediately upon enrollment. 50% of the money, from my understanding of everything that I've been briefed on and what reads in the law, is received.
Thank you, Tom.
So I will close with that. I don't think it has to be with a lot of anger. It doesn't have to be with rancor. But honest citizens can ask the question of, isn't that a lot of money, and does it have any influence? So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Our next speaker is Bridget Nealon from LaDue.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Bridget Nealon with the Louisiana Association of Business and Industry. I, too, had not planned to testify today, as I assumed that BESE, following the law as laid out in Act 2, was going to be excuse me, somewhat non-controversial. But I am here again to applaud you for following the law. LABI has for decades worked to create and support a workforce that will provide high-paying jobs with benefits that improve the lives of our citizens. Of the couple of decades that I've been working in education reform, the Course Choice Provider Program is probably one of the most exciting I've ever seen, as it really does offer choice opportunities for every child in school. That can't go away, especially when the primary argument is character assassination by innuendo. I hope that this board will ignore those kind of comments and once again act in the best interests of children and this state. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Scott Hughes, the Alliance for Education.
Thank you, Scott Hughes, Alliance for Education, Shreveport, Louisiana. I appreciate the consideration. I too wasn't going to speak, but I felt I needed to. Let's agree one thing. There's a ton of money in the room. There's money collected in terms of taxes, in terms of membership dues, in terms of campaign contributions. So I'll just move beyond that, because I asked the fundamental question, what are we doing to help kids? When all the reform came down, this is one that was rather interesting, because I looked at this and said, this is about providing specific content to kids who don't have access to it. If you take the money aside, I'll let courts work that out. Judges and lawyers can figure that part out. But what are we trying to do here? We're trying to say who does something well that could instruct a kid that doesn't have access to that. So I didn't want to speak, but I wanted to come in when I saw the list, and there are some interesting names. And we had some school boards in my region that weren't real fans of other parts of Act 1, 2, or 3, and yet they applied for this. The superintendent already mentioned them, Bossier and Caddo. And I will tell you up front, Caddo may not like this. They're not an overall great school district, but they do some things really well. In fact, they have 3 or 4 of the top 5 or 6 schools in the entire state. They're doing something well at a high level that maybe this would allow them to share with other schools. They have a career technical center in Caddo Parish that I will put up against anything in the state of Louisiana. You can become industry certified in numerous things, and they want to share that. And I don't know if you've been to North Louisiana recently, and in all deference to Dr. Walter Lee, who represented one district, we have a lot of poor districts in northwest Louisiana. We have some wealthy districts. Bossier's a great school district. They just passed a $200 million bond issue. They do some things fairly well. We'd like to see them share. But when I get to Webster, DeSoto, Red River, Bienville, Claiborne, and even DeSoto Parish with its newfound wealth, Walter still needs some help, I think, in some areas that we're talking about that the bigger city can share. That's what I think that this does. And I understand the funding may not be fundamentally in place fully, but you're looking today about what you can implement down the road in future years to help kids. And I'm not here to speak for all 40-plus applications you have, but I will tell you the 5 you have from Northwest Louisiana are first rate. You've got 2 of them, really 3 of them, from public school systems, and I want to support those specifically because I think school systems need to recognize at a certain point the haggling over money and the legal battles are going to end, and we're going to be doing business in Louisiana. And I want to support Bossier Parish Schools and Caddo Parish Schools applications to you today, because I think they're looking to a new day when they realize they are going to have to find a way to educate kids, and they have a message to share. And along with Cyber Command and the 2 other providers from Northwest Louisiana, I'd encourage you to pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion before the board that's been seconded. I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Beaver.
Superintendent White, the money, could you explain of the money going towards the tuition, if you will, the cost of the course? If the course provider charges X number of dollars, and then the remaining dollar amount assigned to the student, what happens to that?
Under the current regulations, it is split between the local and the state as a savings.
So it does revert back to the state. You'll get the
State and the local split it.
Ms. Hill?
And I wasn't going to say anything, but the group that came before was in my district, Dance New York Studio, which covers East Baton Rouge Parish. And they had the opportunity to contact me in reference to their situation. And I just want to say that we implement policies all the time. Personally, I'm speaking for myself. Do we implement them correctly? That I believe? No. Do we as a board look into considerations of various things that we're doing as a board when we implementing policies? No, and I'm speaking for Carolyn. But one of the things that I wanted to point out was that even when these individuals came to me as a BESE board rep, I tried to contact the department. I couldn't even get no one to even return my call. I called Superintendent White. He didn't even return my call. And you know what I told them? I said, come to the board meeting and plead your case. Here it is as a department. They go through the process. They get a letter and say that they was accepted into the program. Then they get a phone call a couple of days before the board meeting saying that they were not approved. That is unacceptable. What are we paying the department to do? And then I have constituents coming to me, and I can't even get a call back from the department, or neither the superintendent, as a BESE board rep. And I wasn't going to say anything, but I just think this is disheartening, and just to see how the process that we are going through to approve various programs, funding, etc. Is it acceptable? In my sight, no, it's not. And I just wanted just to make that clear. And I hope moving forward that we do better with the people who we're serving, that are taxpayers, and are paying their dollars into MLP funding, or wherever the case may be, that we do better with our process. Because the process that we have now that we're implementing is not acceptable.
Thank you for your comments. I might just make a couple of responses. First of all, the law set up a process with an independent panel review. I think that especially in its first year, we're doing the right thing by listening to that independent panel's recommendation. It's not, I don't say that with happiness, because I thought the objective of a curriculum that taught creative dance in North Baton Rouge actually could have been a fantastic opportunity. We hope it'll happen next year. To the question about returning calls, if you could furnish my office with the date and time of your call so that I can see whether or not I received it, I'd appreciate that greatly. Also, when one calls so many different offices at the same time within the agency, it can be confusing. And so perhaps coordinating directly through the BESE office would be a way to make sure that those calls all get responded to and that we feel like we're following our responsibilities as well. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? Can you reread the motion? Sure. We're going to reread the motion since it's been a while since it was made.
The motion is by Ms. I can actually read this one. The motion is by Ms. Destu, seconded by Mr. Guillo, to approve the authorization of the course choice providers recommended by the LDE, and there are 45 in the packet.
Roll call.
We'll have a roll call vote.
Ms. Beebe?
No.
Ms. Beebe votes no. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett votes yes. Ms. Dastu?
Yes.
Ms. Dastu votes yes. Mr. Garvey is absent. Mr. Guillo?
Yes.
Mr. Guillo votes yes. Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Hill votes no. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Ms. Orange Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones votes yes. Mr. Romer?
Yes.
Mr. Romer votes yes. Ms. Bophy?
Yes.
Ms. Bophy votes yes. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford votes yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item.
Your next item is item 4.1, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators regarding the Community Service Diploma endorsement. The recommendations are, 1, to approve as a notice of intent, 2, to approve a feasibility study, and 3, to authorize the LDE to submit the report to the Senate Committee on Education and the House Committee on Education.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Bophy. Do I have a second? Ms. Dastu? Any comments or questions?
Madam Chairman, if I might open the discussion, thank you.
Superintendent?
Members, I want to just frame what this is for a second so you fully understand the content and our intent in bringing it to you today. The regulatory structure that you have in bulletins sometimes is done because the board thinks it's best to govern the school system in a certain way, and sometimes is done in response to regulations, or sorry, to statutes. So what we have observed is that the large number of statutes that govern education has over time yielded a large number of board requirements. number one. Not all of those board requirements are necessarily relevant in today's day and age, number two. Meaning that as we've done things like added teacher accountability, as we've shifted to standardized assessment, as we've moved toward a much more technological age, you have a real difference in public education, but you still have a lot of regulations that sometimes come from a lot of laws that were passed years ago. As a result, Bulletin 741, which if you've ever tried to read it can be a little dense, is very, very long. And when you really read it and you get into issues like the fact that Baton Rouge, our building, our team, has to approve your summer school program, that our team has to approve your plan for whether you have the right ID badges on kids grades 6 through 12. And that in more significant areas, we regulate the exact number of minutes that a student takes in order to get credit and other kind of issues around academics. What we realize is that our philosophy about really empowering people close to kids isn't reflected in Bulletin 741. And it's followed, and it generates work. It generates work for administrators who have jobs that aren't always about student achievement and too often are about process. And so what we're bringing to you today are a set of recommended regulatory changes that will decrease by nearly a quarter the size of Bulletin 741. But I think more important than that, that will actually untie people's hands who serve our kids, will give them more flexibility in how they do their work, will give them more time to focus on kids, and we'll have them asking less about, is the person in Baton Rouge looking over my shoulder, and more about, are we serving kids in the right way? There's a long list of them. I'm happy to answer any questions, and my policy deputies will do that, but I wanted to frame with those comments about our intention first. I should also note that there is a public 741 and a non-public 741. Our plan is to bring these two in succession such that public 741 would be addressed at this meeting, and we would take up non-public 741 after whatever changes are made to public 741.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Superintendent, I know that you're encompassing all of Bulletin 741.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that the board continue to follow the agenda and we act on each of these agenda items separately?
I'm not. No. Sorry, I'm not proposing we act on each of them separately.
Well, no. I meant if you look at these agenda items, the first one is about community service diploma endorsement. Okay.
Yes.
So.
Oh yes, those I think we should
separate
take
items.
separately.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Any comments or questions?
Ms. Bevy? I just want to say that I think community service is tremendously important and provides wonderful opportunities. I've been doing some specific research around service learning, and so I'm hopeful that our districts will use this potential endorsement as an opportunity to connect some of their academic instruction with community service, which yields very great results in terms of service learning. So I'm excited about this and was happy that we had such legislation. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bevy. Mr. Lee, did you have a comment?
I too agree that community service is important and certainly should be supported in every way. I just regret that it's going to mean additional work to keep up with it and to process it.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Nakhan?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for taking my comment. I just want to say that, my school, South Louisiana High School, has been actually doing a similar program called Distinguished Service Graduate for several years. And it was begun by a former counselor, I believe. And it's very rewarding to be able to walk in on the first day of school, and then when they presented this project to us, and we actually have to do 30 hours per year, and to know that whenever I graduate, that I'll be able to receive a separate cord on my stole is very honoring. So also to see that the state has taken the approach to have an endorsement on a graduate certification is very exciting. I wish I'd be able to be part of the class that would receive that. But to know that the work that I've done in the Distinguished Service Graduate so far has even prompted me to co-found a nonprofit off of the work that I was doing previously. And also there's many other success stories. I hope that can continue across the state. And for our school, it's very simple the way we do this. You turn in sheets. So I'll definitely follow up on this program and hopefully maybe give suggestions on how it could be easily taken and less time can be used on the department staff, and it maybe streamline that. So thank you all for doing that.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Any other comments or questions by Bessie? If not, we have a couple of public speakers. Robert Lancome.
Good morning, and thank you for your consideration of the Community Service Diploma Endorsement Program. It's very exciting for me to finally be here at BESE talking about this. As a member of the Legislative Youth Advisory Council, I was on the committee that first proposed this idea, that went through the entire legislative process, that really tried to I guess, bring this to y'all today. So it's very exciting to see even Mr. Knockhand talk about how it's affected him to have it at his school, and hopefully to try and have it implemented around the state. Just a little bit of the narrative behind the process. The Legislative Youth Advisory Council, which is represented from members across the state, was challenged last year by Representative Carter to find an innovative way to promote community service throughout the state. And we took that to heart, and as a council, we did come up with this idea. It was a lot of discussion, a lot of voices from across the state, different schools, different communities. We really tried to come up with a way that we thought could affect the state as a whole and really be effective in every parish. And after coming up with our idea, we spoke to various people throughout Baton Rouge. We had meetings with them, and we had them, or they helped us to form our idea and to really to provide us with what we needed. Because of that, we had some great connections with Volunteer Louisiana, and I know they'll come up and speak in just a moment about this program. And they helped us to define what we wanted. We did testify before the House and Senate Education Committees, and it passed there, and it's come to you today. As somebody who has, like Alex said, has had this required in my school, it's really, really neat to be able to see the effects it's had on me and on those in my school and other schools that require it. I just want to share with you a statement from one of our Legislative Council members who could not be here. Nathan Babb, who is now in the Honors College at LSU, and used his service through high school to propel him to Honors College, where service is one of the key tenets. He said the fascinating thing about volunteering is that once you start, you simply cannot stop. And this is our intention with the endorsement program. One may ask, why does this mean so much to you? The answer, we council members have volunteered before, and we know the feelings that come with volunteering. We simply want others who might not have had the drive or motivation to do it before to try it out. Volunteering develops communication, enhances consideration, and improves self-ownership through validation. This is why it was important to the council, and this is why it is important to me. We know that not only will this boost community service throughout the state, it also will help students when they apply for colleges and in their future. So thank you for considering this issue, and as somebody who's so passionate about it, I thank you for allowing us the time to speak.
Thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
Ms. Bessie.
I'd like to know that when you were doing your preparation for this work, if you happen to find out how many school districts have such requirements in place already.
On the state level, we don't see an endorsement program often. I know South Lafourche has that. A lot of parochial schools here in Louisiana do require that, like mine, Highland Baptist. However, in other states, there are school systems that use the same program, and so we did model it after that. And the logistics of that, I think we have somebody from the department who can tell a little bit more about that, but I'm not quite sure the number for the state.
Thank you.
And just to clarify also, I mean, our program is voluntary. So it's not required, but it is voluntary. So it just, I guess, differs upon the school and the areas of the state. So.
Which will be the way this endorsement will work as well.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Exactly.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Miller, Volunteer Louisiana.
Good morning. Once again, my name is Jason Miller. I'm here to represent Volunteer Louisiana today. Thank you for allowing me to speak today about the proposed community service diploma endorsement. If improved, this endorsement will allow Louisiana to become a leader in connecting the learning that goes on in the classroom with the opportunities that students have to interact and improve their communities. This endorsement would allow students to receive recognition for the service they provide to their community. In conjunction with the endorsements that are already provided by the state, this endorsement will provide another opportunity for students to differentiate themselves and highlight their exceptionality to potential employers and higher education institutions. I was first asked by Volunteer Louisiana Executive Director Janet Pace to assist in the research portion of the legislative feasibility report, requested in the House Resolution 9 and Senate Resolution 11. This feasibility study was conducted as a collaboration between Volunteer Louisiana and the Department of Education. In gathering information for this report, I spoke with teachers and school administrators from across the country who had implemented similar community service programs in their schools and districts. I surveyed both mandatory and volunteer community service graduation requirements and endorsements from districts with varying size and demographic makeups. The report that you have before you today is a result of integrating the feedback that was received from these conversations. The legislation that was first dreamed up and introduced by the members of the Legislative Youth Advisory Council, as well as the input and guidance that was provided by members of the Department of Education. This proposal will allow schools across the state to implement the proposed community service endorsement on a local level. It allows them to utilize the existing unique resources of their schools and communities. While other states have allowed districts to implement community service endorsements at a local level, Louisiana would become the first state to recognize a statewide community service endorsement. I would like to thank the members of the Legislative Youth Advisory Council who had the vision to bring this initiative forward during the last legislative session and have continued to be the driving force in making sure that the proposal continue to move forward into the planning and presentation phases. Also like to thank the staff at the Department of Education, particularly Dr. Jennifer Falls, who provided tremendous leadership and feedback as differing proposals were brought forward through the collaboration of Volunteer Louisiana and the Department of Education. Finally, I'd like to thank the members of Volunteer Louisiana Commission who have lent their support to this initiative to encourage the volunteerism and recognition of the students of Louisiana. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Board, we have a motion before us. All those opposed? Hearing no opposition, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 165. Item 4.2, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 118, statewide assessment standards and practices to update testing practices and align achievement level descriptors to the Common Core state standards. Department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
Do you have a motion?
I move to approve as notice of intent.
Ms. Dastu, do you have a second?
second.
Thank you, Mr. Guillot. Any questions or comments, DESE members? Hearing none, any opposition to the motion? Motion carries.
Next item is on page 175, 4.3, consideration of the creation of Bulletin 135, health and safety. Department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. Do I have a second? Mr. Bennett? Ms. Bennett, thank you, Ms. Bobby. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 191, item 4.4, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators to update and streamline policies related to school and district decisions. Department recommendation is approved as notice of intent.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Gastu. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Guillot. Any comments or Superintendent, would you like to
Thank
make a
you.
statement?
I would, thank you. And I took my comments out of order, but this is the revision to Bulletin 741 of the change that I was making note of before. We have worked with superintendents across the state, as I said, to try to arrive at a policy framework that will empower local decision makers rather than disempower them, and submit this for your consideration. Happy to answer questions about its individual provisions.
Mr. Lee.
I appreciate the effort that's gone into streamlining 741 some. It's much better than what it was, but I do have a clarification question on page 213 under, maybe it's something I'm just not understanding, but it says class size and ratios, item D. Said the system-wide student classroom teacher ratio in grades K to 3 shall be a maximum of 20 students. That, I don't quite understand that.
Well, this is, to clarify, this is not part of the changes that we are proposing. But the question you're raising, Mr. Lee, I think is in the law. this language is just a reflection of what's already in the statutes. And thus it could not be changed at this board level.
But I'm of the impression that all those classes are greater than 20.
The class size may be greater than 20, but given ancillary teachers, push in, pull out clusters and so on, the student to teacher ratio is likely below 20, even though the class size is above 20.
Any other comments? Ms. Beebe?
Okay, now, I'm going to have to
Let me just interrupt you 1 second and say, if any of you would like to speak, please do a card now. Just want to be sure that anybody who wants to speak to this gets to, but we need for you to do a card at this time. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Beebe.
Okay, I just want to point out on page 194, which is item H, letter H, 1A, I just need some clarification. I know what solely means, but I'm somewhat concerned the way it could be interpreted, that the RIF policies for dismissing teachers and administrators shall be based solely on demand, performance, and effectiveness. And we must also consider C, where some school systems have a secondary, I think there are 4 that may list secondary criteria. So would that be, is that language in conflict when we say we're proposing in A to say that it's based solely on demand, performance, and effectiveness, and then some districts will revert in some instances to the secondary criteria?
Well, one is a categorical statement, another is, and we think that the second statement, and I think it's pretty clear in the law, has to comply with the first statement, which is that item 1A on 194, H1A, says that RIF policies for use in dismissing teachers and administrators shall be based solely on demand, performance, and effectiveness, which is a categorical statement. You may only use those 3. You may not use any other criteria, including seniority. Then when you go down, no RIF policy adopted by a local school board shall include seniority or tenure as the primary criterion. But the word that you're missing, Ms. Beebe, is that the first policy is about teachers and administrators. The second policy is about others. So because the first policy is about teachers and administrators, trying to apply item C as in conflict with it ignores the fact that that doesn't speak to teachers and administrators and thus is about all others. So the policy adopted by St. Tammany, St. Martin, Vermilion, and I'm forgetting the other one, are illegal because they don't respect item A, but instead choose to respect item C, which isn't about teachers and administrators.
You're saying they're illegal?
Correct. They're against the law.
That's incorrect. And we've had attorney opinions on that.
I don't doubt you have, as have we, and they're illegal.
Well, okay, but that's, okay, you've clarified it, and we'll move forward. On page 195, the accreditation, so we're repealing that. That's not going to another bulletin. Am I understanding that correctly? I mean, you're just repealing the process? That's
right. I mean, essentially, Ms. Beebe, this basically stipulates, and there are many processes in here that the department or the board is supposed to do, but frankly does not do. And if you really look at them in terms of what they require, it is probably beyond where we need to be. This provision requires an accreditation process that the board would run for every school district in the state. We have outcome data now that puts us in a, not needing to do an annual walkthrough. We can review student outcomes for every parish, and this is just saying, let's simplify this by getting rid of mention of a process that we don't do already.
Okay. Moving on page 205, with regard to it's C, there's a strike through. The LEA shall assign principals to school as appropriate. Why are we deleting this? The local education agency. I know the superintendent does, but I'm trying to understand the motivation for striking this item.
I think it's because it's in conflict with Act 1, which says that the superintendent shall assign principals. That's explicit in the law, so there's no need for this mention, and it's sort of confusing. What does the LEA mean? It really means the board. It's really the superintendent that is to assign principals according to Act 1.
Okay. And then moving on to certification of personnel. There's some question on page 205 relating to, it's now C1, where it says secondary teachers shall not teach below the 6th grade level. But we do, in some instances, have secondary teachers teaching, particular in the areas of PE and special education. So is this just an oversight? I mean, it's already in policy, but I just thought I would ask for clarification there.
This is something, you're right, that was not affected by what we're talking about here today. And just so I'm clear, it is item C1, which says, for the non-core academic subject areas, full-time secondary certified teachers in schools, including grades 6 through 12, may be allowed to teach a maximum of 2 periods. Is that the one you're referencing?
Yes, sir.
In one subject out of their field of certification if they have earned 12 hours in that subject.
So I'm maybe taking it out of context?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm doing?
I think so. I mean, I think this is relatively common practice.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention because, you know, I just feel that there are situations where secondary teachers are certified K to 12, as in PE and special
Got it.
education.
So you mean because this doesn't have language saying that there's an exception if you have the certification? I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a good point. I think we could take note of that.
Okay. Now, moving on to page 206. So you're deleting food service managers and food production managers shall be certified through the Division of Nutrition Assistance at the DOE. So are they no longer going to be required to receive their certification, the managers?
Well, we don't. There is no certification for that class of employees.
Well, yes. I mean, they go through a program to certify them or to meet the criteria for eligibility for food.
I don't think it's done by the state, though. Is that right?
Well, they go through some entity to receive their certification.
Maybe we can speak to it.
I believe there, Erin Bendeley with the department, I believe there was a previous policy on the books related to that, and we checked with our nutrition division, and they informed us that that had been repealed. So this was just some cleanup that hadn't been done at that time that should have been.
So if we want to consider individuals who have not gone through that certification process moving forward, they're not compelled, individuals are not compelled to go through the food management certification process?
My understanding is that that process no longer exists.
Yeah.
And hasn't for some time.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, I need to ask this question. The personnel evaluation, and specifically to A, we must continue our personnel evaluation process, and I do understand COMPAS does the teacher evaluation or the evaluation process takes into consideration at this point 4 professional categories, but we have those outside of these 4 areas that we also need to address, and thus we would need to continue our personnel evaluation program within our respective districts. So why are we repealing it?
Well, as you know, with respect to the educator classes you mentioned, this is now in a separate bulletin. For non-educators, we think that the performance management of those employees should be a matter of your district's prerogative. It is not a state process that the state is going to review or oversee, and thus is a matter of your prerogative.
So if we're not mandated to evaluate, is that what you're saying, or we're not expected to comply with any state?
With any particular state rules on it, there is not a set of state rules covering it.
Okay. And the personnel evaluation plan dissemination,
Again, if you repealed the plan, then you wouldn't have to disseminate it.
Well, this is just something that says that, you have a personnel evaluation plan. It's a little bit, it's such broad language because most of these personnel are covered by the regulations that came out of Act 54. And then for us to try to parse out another set of regulations for everyone else you have, everyone from custodians through your bus drivers and so on, it struck us as really getting too much into your business as to how you're doing that in a district.
I tend to differ in opinion because that gives us that structure, and I know you just explained that we can do it as school systems, but then that leads to the discussion where we are all now required to participate in COMPAS, and the comments made that many school districts didn't evaluate, they didn't evaluate annually, they'd evaluate once every 3 years. So I think we do need a degree of structure. I understand the motivation for bringing this forward. I know we complain about all the paperwork and so forth, but I still support some form of structure, particularly as it relates to personnel evaluations.
Okay.
I just wanted that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's see, moving on. I think Mr. Lee touched on 213 D1. Are we now, as we speak, that generally waivers are brought to BESE. So the requirement now is state superintendent that how will that work? They're just going to appeal to you for the waiver? That's on page 213, I'm sorry. 213 D1. It says an LEA may request a waiver of this requirement from the state superintendent of education provided that the teacher has demonstrated effectiveness, and that relates to the class size. In other words,
yes, that is the proposal.
Okay, I think I got confused on that. Okay, and in this bulletin, I think I have one other concern to make, and that is I'm going to go back to an item that we had that we approved in June, which relates to Carnegie credit for middle school students. And in reviewing my notes for this meeting, I'm concerned with language that is contained in the executive summary, which says that the department recommends this change because it places a requirement on middle school students that is not required of high school students taking the same course, and this is dealing with the Algebra 1. But it says high school students are able to receive credit if the teacher is not secondary certified. So, and I can pass it to you to review. I don't know if that was a typo, and I'm just bringing it to your attention to see if we need to go back and readdress this.
Thank you. So that would be a change, not to this bulletin, but not to the other bulletin.
I wanted to go back and revisit
to
it.
Bulletin 111, I think that is, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
To say that, and I was wondering if we're lifting certification requirements in our traditional public schools. I mean, with that language, it could be interpreted as the teacher doesn't have to be certified.
Thank you, Ms. Beebe. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Hill.
Yes. On page 220, the comprehensive counseling section, it speaks about, I guess we're going to make some changes where school counselors will have a ratio of one counselor per 450 students. And I have a concern because if you have one counselor in a school and he or she is responsible for 450 students, then his or her duties are going to be direct counseling according to this information here, that they will be providing direct counseling. I just think that is impossible. As a social worker, I think we need to look at their ratio in reference to the students' concerns and their needs. And so,
and just to be clear, this is a ratio that existed before this change that we're discussing. I don't believe it is backed by statute. This is a BESE rule. And we have changed it from it being required that you have a 450-to-1 staff ratio or counselor to student ratio to that is a guideline. It's a recommendation, but it's not a requirement. Our discussions with superintendents were such that they have all kinds of different models. They have teams of teachers that provide counseling services in some cases where they don't staff a guidance counselor, they use teams of teachers to do that. There are some that frankly use groups like Career Compass to do the counseling rather than to have an official guidance counselor. And just the more that we talked, and I don't know, Superintendent Falk, if you could speak to this if you have comments, but the more we talked to superintendents, the more we just saw that there are all of these different models, and to try to apply the kind of idea that every school has a guidance function in the traditional sense was just not really the way that it works, and that a lot of schools were deviating, and there's no reason for the state to pretend that it can police it. So we think that or should police it. So there's a good idea to have a recommendation there, but not to have a requirement.
Okay. So in other words, it's not going to be required that the ratio will be 1:452.
Under this proposal, yes.
Under this proposal.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That was my major concern in reference to that.
Anyone else?
I just wanted to follow up with Mr. White. You asked if that particular concern was listed in the bulletin here. It's 245. We're being asked to repeal all of these all of the language in this policy. It's page 245. And so is that going to be placed maybe in another bulletin, or?
Why don't we have our policy team, Bridget Devlin, come and speak to where this is. We are shifting our regulations toward trying to incent schools to grant Carnegie credit in middle school, but we're changing the options for granting of Carnegie credits, and in that process we did this repeal. So Aaron and Bridget, why don't we talk it through?
Sure. Ms. Beebe, in the current policy, there are two sections which address Carnegie credit. There's a section for high school and a section for middle school. We are actually bringing those policies together. They were already very similar, but now instead of having two different sets of policies for different grade levels, there is one single policy, proposes section 2314, to govern how students can be awarded Carnegie credit. And so it will be the same policy for both middle school and high school, and that's why you see the rest of the language struck through.
But then going back to address the concern about high school students don't have to be taught by high school teachers, what is that about?
That was previous policy.
Exactly.
And I think an issue that was brought forward as we considered revisions to this policy is that we had a situation in the existing policy where more stringent requirements were being placed on middle school than there were in high school. And there was a recognition that that shouldn't be the case. And so that's why that requirement was lifted from middle school, is to conform with the high school requirement.
But you said the high school teacher doesn't have to be certified to issue a Carnegie?
That was not part of the high school section on Carnegie credit.
But that is policy as we speak.
It was not policy, or isn't at this time. It is not part of the high school Carnegie credit policy.
It wasn't before, and it isn't today.
Well, what did we do in June? We approved language to say that the high school student does not have to be taught by.
Ms. Phoebe, I think I might be able to clarify this a little. The revision that was made previously lifted a extra measure that was added onto the middle school students, whereas in the previous policy, if a middle school student did not have a teacher that was certified, they had to take an additional test to prove that they had proficiency. Where if a high school teacher or a high school student was being taught by a teacher that did not have certification, they did not have to take the test. We thought that was unfair to the middle school students, that they were being held to an additional requirement that the high school students were not being held, and so we removed it at that time. So it does not have to do with the teacher certification as much as what the students were being asked to do, depending on who was in front of them in the classroom.
But when we want the certification to be in place, I'm not.
That's a different policy.
I think that's a different question to what was actually removed. What was removed was the additional requirement for the student.
It's really not a policy about the credentials of the teacher. It's about the requirements on the student and what they have to do to get Carnegie credit. And previous policy, or I should say current policy, had a different standard for middle school students than high school students, and we are attempting to remove that.
Out of order.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Ms. Beebe, do you have any more questions?
Oh, well, let's see, I think I found some. Yes, there was a segment in here, I don't know the page, dealing with professional development, and there was a strike through as if we were repealing professional development, and I just wanted clarification on that. Why are we removing?
I think the provision was one that, there are a lot of provisions here that require the State Department to approve various things that you're doing for your kids, not the least of which, and my personal favorite, is the ID badges, but putting that aside. Summer school, for example. Every year we are required in these regulations to approve your summer school program. I believe there was a similar provision around what the district shall do and our oversight regarding professional development. And I guess I would just say that I think we're at a point where the accountability for results is so strong that districts really shouldn't have to comply with a rule around what type of professional development they deliver, and shouldn't have to report it to Baton Rouge. They should do it of their own volition, and if we can help, we'll help. Is that a fair assessment of the situation?
Any other comments or questions?
I'm going to have some comments, but I was interested in public comment first.
All right, then we'll go to public comment if no BESE board member has a hand. All right, Mary Patricia Ray, Louisiana Federation of Teachers.
Hello, my name is Angry Spikes. Just kidding. We have some specific concerns with regard to the following changes that are before the board today. Section 303 attempts to promulgate a rule for implementation of pieces of Act 1 with regard to RIFs, powers and duties of superintendents, et cetera. But there's no provision which makes allowance for exclusion of districts who will likely be exempted from implementing Act 1 due to various and plentiful conflicts with their current desegregation orders. And in the aftermath of a federal court ruling just last week, it would probably be wise to anticipate that future events will make implementation of those rules impossible as a matter of law for many districts. Section 333 for awarding Carnegie credits by alternative means where, quote, proficiency has been demonstrated. Among the options for alternative demonstration are listing the examination used to show proficiency, where such exam is, quote, nationally recognized. However, there's not inclusion of what, quote, nationally recognized means. And if this board intends to certify certain exams as qualifying under this provision, they ought to do it, at an open meeting before the public instead of behind closed doors or on a case-by-case basis. Section 1705 and 1125 address ratios of counselors and librarians. Previously, a ratio of 1 to 450 was required. The National School Counselors Association recommends a ratio of 1 to 250, and the plan before you requires 0. If these, I think Superintendent White mentioned earlier that some of the schools have teams that they're employing, and certainly if they're using a team to address counseling needs, they would already be meeting the ratio if there's more than one person addressing those needs. So it begs the question, why do we need to remove it? While the goal of the policy change has been pitched as the catalyst of flexibility, when you combine the ability to reduce services to children with the simultaneous starving and stealing of MFP dollars, none of the choices on the menu are good, and the flexibility to choose among terrible options becomes absolutely meaningless for our school boards. As you continue to allow districts to cut services, it portends that somehow further cuts to the MFP are warranted. And that's a dangerous message to be sending to our legislature, to the parents of our state. Why give the legislature an excuse to deprive schools of more vital resources than they already have? One other implication of overlapping changes within the policy is the requirement to hire part-time librarians for certain populations. That requirement becomes meaningless without an actual requirement for instructional time. So in the context of an unknown length of school day, which is also in the policy, each reduction in the amount of instructional time will mean reduction in the 1/2 time requirement, a change which would be to the detriment of students who don't have a librarian to service them. Section 1703 states that for the first time, MFP dollars may be used to purchase textbooks that are not approved by the board. If this board wishes to implement the flexibility that it so passionately argues is needed, it should support the flexibility utilizing funds that are not already set aside for the minimum level of foundation. And I have one more sentence, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. Thank you. If MFP dollars are spent on alternative textbooks, clearly such purposes dip into the monies needed and set aside constitutionally to minimally educate our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Bill Dickens, from Louisiana Association of Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance.
Thank you. My name is Bill Dickens. I'm a physical education teacher and executive director of the Health and PE Association for the state. Referring to item 2357, as you know, physical education and health occupy 1.5 and 1.5 credits towards graduation in the state. And the motion before the committee asks that schools allow activities outside the curriculum be accepted in lieu of Carnegie credit for graduation. The activities recommended, which are marching band, interscholastic athletics, cheerleading, and dance line, are far from being valid equivalents or substitutes for physical education instruction. This action would be somewhat hypocritical in today's climate if of teacher assessment and responsibility for standards-based education. The activities recommended for substitution are extracurricular, outside the formal approved course of study. My guess is that within these activities, there are very few, if any, behavioral goals and objectives. There are very few curricular and instructional standards. There's probably no course syllabus. There's probably no grade level expectations and outcomes. And there's no formal teaching methodology within all of the areas. The personnel delivering many of these programs are probably not certified in physical education or care what's taught there. Some are unpaid, some are volunteers, some are not even employed as part of the school employment, and some have had little or no training in the activity that they're responsible for. To allow the use of these extracurricular activities as a substitute for graduation instead of a well-taught physical education program would be an academic travesty and may potentially threaten the academic accreditation of the schools by SACS. I would recommend that this specific recommendation be stricken from 741. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I speak to the doctor's point?
Surely.
Thank you. And I think that is a credible perspective on this question, and so I wanted to speak to it. What we have proposed, and we may have a genuine disagreement, but I want to just state our view on this because I think, Doctor, your opinion is an important one, is to grant credit, as you mentioned, in a way that is outlined in the formula for the course titles at the bottom of page 251 in your bulletin. And what we are trying to do is to solve, or to help solve, two problems at the same time. Number one, to encourage kids to get involved in rigorous physical activity and to use course credit as a way of doing that. In other words, if you choose to take a high school sport, my guess is that activity, and I recognize it's applied differently in different places, but is at least as vigorous physically as is your physical education class. Be that the ideal or not, it is certainly the reality in many of our schools. Secondly, we have a situation where we have a lot of kids who are either trying to progress through high school faster or are struggling to get through high school faster, helping them get their credits for the extraordinary amount of time that many of them put into dance, that many of them put into marching band, that many of them put into football or volleyball or what have you, we think is a good thing. And it also, these are activities that rather being mandated on them, like physical education classes, they're choosing to participate. So if we can incent kids to choose to participate in vigorous physical activity, that's something that ostensibly will last them potentially a lifetime. So this is not meant to replace physical education classes, and we indicated that by giving 1/2 credit rather than a full credit. But it is meant to be real with the fact that kids' legitimate interest in sports and the arts is stimulating physical activity that could last them a lifetime. And that's unfortunately not always the case with physical education class, which is a relatively one-size-fits-all curriculum. Finally, I would just add that on a technical basis, there, I think, are not GLEs in physical education 3 and 4, if I understand that to be the case. So just as a technical correction on that. There are GLEs? I'm not sure that is the case, but let's take a look at that and just make sure. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ray Castle, American Heart Association. Ray Castle, just not here. Okay, thank you. Michael Falk, Superintendent's Association.
You keep calling me up here after people have raised the fur on the back of your head there, but that's all right. Michael Falk, Louisiana Association of School Superintendents, and as the superintendent alluded to, we were involved in the process of offering suggestions regarding revisions to Bulletin 741. It was brought before the Superintendent's Advisory Council, and then we requested of the department that they prepare a document denoting in red where the changes were going to be, where it was going to be stricken and removed. I took that document and I sent it to 69 other superintendents. I requested their input, their questions, their concerns. I received some from some of the superintendents. I then forwarded those concerns and questions to the department staff. They got in contact, I was told, with those individual superintendents and addressed their questions and concerns and clarified. The basic overall response from the superintendents is favorable. They feel that changes needed to be made, that it needed to be updated. There are still some areas that we feel work needs to be done, and we look forward to continued discussions and input.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. Steve Monahan, Louisiana Federation of Teachers.
I also apologize for continuing to find my way up to this table.
We're glad to have you.
But thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in the democratic process and to represent the more than 20,000 teachers and school employees that we have that responsibility to represent. I think I would just like to make a very brief number of comments here. We have over 150 changes that are outlined in the Bulletin 741. I understand it was explained that this creates an opportunity for greater flexibility and also attempt to streamline. We didn't have the opportunity to input. We weren't asked to do so. So this is my opportunity, and that opens up the greater challenge for, I think, for every speaker that comes before you. There's 3 minutes that we are afforded an opportunity to speak to the issue. I would think that a lot of the misunderstandings that perhaps have occurred through the course of maybe the last year or so would be less so or less dramatic if there were conversations before we got to this point. And I am definitely putting myself forward to say that I'd be happy and more than elated to have a forward-focused conversation around these kinds of issues rather than in this forum. In fact, I would like to say publicly, too, that having to put in an opposition card when truthfully what we're talking about is a concern for a process that we don't even have any real voice in at this point. The second thing I'd like to bring to your attention, and I said I'd be brief, and I do have my little cards here. There is also fiscal realities, and we know some of these changes aren't being driven because of a need for improvement to instruction or they're the best thing to do. But superintendents and school boards are being forced to make changes reluctantly, perhaps, of deciding which furniture to throw overboard on their ships, given fiscal realities. I would hope that we would give true exploration to what the research says in regard to things like librarians and counselors and the rest, without getting into the weeds on all of that. And finally, I will simply close like this. I know this is where the process is supposed to begin with a notice of intent, but given my limited experience with how that process works, I'm not very hopeful. I understand what's going to happen. It's going to be the 90-day process, and it's not pleasant, and it's totally misframed. And I say this as a challenge in case I don't have the chance to say this to you later when the report is given on the last hearing we had. It's totally miscontextualized, I should say. It's being in opposition to and in support of. And when we're all trying to step up really, genuinely, and be participants in making better policy, we can disagree philosophically, but we also still can participate in trying to make the very best policy. So I would just simply say that it's moving, again, at breakneck pace. It's 150 changes. It's not well understood at this point, and we'd love the opportunity to be at the table and truly have dialogue once upon a time that actually happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna Ferber, LAHPERD.
Wow, y'all can really sit still for a long time. I'm a real life physical education teacher, and this has been killing me, besides wearing heels and a dress, which is totally out of the ordinary. It is hard, but thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and talk to you. I do represent Layford, our Association of Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance. I also speak on part for the National Board Certified Teachers. I am nationally certified. I'm also, and I'm going to choke up, a representative of NASB as the National Teacher of the Year. And I come to you to tell you the importance of daily quality physical education, K through 12. Our state has been very fortunate under the directorship of our Department of Education, under the BESE, and under our cohorts of the American Heart Association and Layford, that we have been one of the first non-tested graded subject matter to have national standards adopted for our state with benchmarks and grade level expectations, and we were also enthusiastically supporting the student learning targets. And I was on all of those committees when we wrote those, and they were adopted over the last 15 years. With the heightened attention on childhood obesity prevention efforts, there seems to be some confusion about the terms physical education. Our words of physical education define what a child actually learns in a classroom, and in our case, in the gym, or in my case, outside. We teach the child how to be a healthy mover, and we teach them the why, the purpose, and the outcomes of not choosing to be a healthy mover. I know that time is limited. I need to get home and move because it's been hard, but I want you to understand that physical education is not just about rolling the ball out, playing sports, or teaching the kids recess games. It is actually about how to get your heart rate up moving, and so that you know, mine is hitting around 110 right now. But it is with quality physical education, and I know every single parish district up here knows what kind of physical education programs are in your schools and in your area. But you will have teachers that are teaching curriculum that are aligned with the standards that match the grade level expectations, and they are certified. They're actively involved in professional development, and they have the same passion that I have to have our children to be healthy, knowledgeable movers. Having children physical education count in cheerleading, counting as extracurricular activities, is not the answer to fighting childhood obesity, and it's not the answer to having our problems with education changed. And I've skipped all over. I had 6 pages of notes. But I encourage you to visit your schools, to go see what's happening in there. It isn't just recess, it's not cheerleading, it is teaching the kids. I have to tell you one little story. Yesterday when I told my kids I was not going to be at school today, I've been here since 8:30. And they said, why, Miss Fair, why aren't you going to be here? And I said, I have to go and tell them about physical education. They're thinking about letting just football and basketball, which is really important at our school, count as PE. Well, how will they learn to play badminton, ultimate frisbee, and all those fun games we do in PE? And I said, I don't know, but that's what we've got to do. And they said, sock it to them. So PE is a critical component in every day. I'm sorry to take up so much time. If you need to stand up and wiggle, it would be good.
Thank you. Lee Berrios.
Lee Berrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany Parish. Mr. White, you have an incredible ability to put a positive spin, rhetorical spin, on all these issues. And again, I'm going to offer myself up to give my usual negative spin. But that's what input is about. You don't want everybody to just agree and rubber stamp everything you do. I agree with Mr. Monahan that there is so little. This is an issue. It's an extensive document. And to be presented with it a few days before BESE meeting and really no real opportunity for educators who know what they're talking about to have input just seems incredible to me. I'm just going to point out a few issues because there was no way I could research all of them. Section 345, it appears that it strengthens the ability of BESE to grant waivers. This is a policy-making and regulatory agency. The caveat of autonomy doesn't hold water here where oversight is or should be perceived to be a form of support for school districts. The repeal of Section 507, repeal the District Education Leadership Induction Program. St. Tammany has its own very innovative induction program and leadership for administrators. They've had to drop that because of lack of funding, and yet we're pulling this. Section 711, textbook records requirement, not requiring inventory be taken anymore. That was always a hassle for teachers, but it was something that was absolutely necessary. I don't understand that. Section 913, class size waivers. It sets a precedent moving toward an increase in class size, which in no way benefits the children. While this body purports to be moving toward autonomy and so-called innovation, it also appears to be moving farther and farther from accountability, oversight, leadership, and support for real reform and improvement in our traditional public schools, which are based in democratic principles and represent the needs of local communities and serve children through highly qualified, certified, experienced educators. Superintendent White, one of my former principals, whenever he would invoke the "I want to empower you" provision, he meant, I'm going to let you do the work, and I won't have to take responsibility for the outcome. Again, I hope that regardless of what happens here today, that this is simply the beginning of an open conversation with educators about some of these provisions that you're talking about changing here.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios.
Could I just comment, Ms. Barrios, and I respect your perspective, but I just want to highlight what I think the difference is. And Ms. Dastic, you may have said this at a different meeting, but we are not advancing the idea that low class size is a bad idea, that inventorying your textbooks is a bad idea, that good support in the classroom is a good idea. We think all of those things are good. I think maybe where the distinction lies is I think it is insulting to educators that we have rules that tell them exactly how to do it because we are precisely because they are so accountable for the end product now. And maybe that just might be a philosophical divide, but I just want to call that out for members because I think that really is where I don't think we disagree with anything you said around the end objective. The how, I think we do disagree with. We don't think that regulating on a piece of paper is the same thing as respecting people's right to invoke their own creativity and do it for themselves.
No debate.
Thank you. Wayne Free.
Wayne Free, Louisiana Association of Educators. I do hope I'm last.
You are.
A number of questions have been asked and answered, and I will skip those. The reduction in force policy. I've had several districts, both school board members and superintendents, indicate to me that they have been told that they cannot have a recall policy whatsoever. Where is that in this policy?
A recall, if you have a RIF and you do it according to the statute, you would do it in order of effectiveness and demand. A recall, by essentially then requiring that those teachers who are the lowest performing or the least in demand, so to speak, be hired back, intentionally goes against the idea that a layoff is to lay off those teachers first. So it is because it has that effect, it is against the statute.
I've had superintendents and board members tell me that they've had to lay off highly qualified people because they happen to be the lowest in the particular content area and so on, and they don't want them to leave the community. They'd like to hire them back. Are you telling me that this law says they cannot put in a policy that if a position opens, they cannot hire them back?
Why do they need a policy to hire them back?
In terms of preference based upon those three standards.
Mr. Free, a recall is a process that guarantees hire back. We're not saying you can't hire someone back. We're just saying that a process that guarantees by definition an exact ordering of hiring back that runs counter to the order in which they were supposed to be laid off.
So that is clearly in the law.
It is clearly in the law that someone is able to hire whomever they want to hire. It's also clearly in the law that a layoff has a reverse process called a recall. And if you recall according to the same terms that you laid off, you essentially counteract the entire effect of the rules by which you did the layoff. But that's different from what you just said, which is around hiring. They may hire that person, they just can't have a formal recall process.
I do appreciate the fact that you've left many things up to districts and to local areas. This is one which you've told them they cannot do, even though they have good reasons for it. 913 class size. This is just a question. I'm not opposed to it necessarily. Section D, it's a new piece. It's page 21 in my document, but probably not in yours. Essentially, if a teacher has highly effective scores, you can increase the class size so because clearly they can teach that number of children. Is that correct?
Correct. In other words, if there's achievement in the class, then yes.
Yes, and based upon Bulletin 130, if we've increased their students by 5 and they are now ineffective, what happens?
Based on Bulletin 130 and the class size drives them to be ineffective? Well, they would. Who determines whether they're ineffective or not?
BESE does, under Bulletin 130.
No,
if they are a value-added, tested teacher, it is 51%.
Fair, but I don't. If with respect to the value-added, it is. But I don't want to have a theoretical debate about this for too long. But think about this: the incentive of the principal to overstaff someone who is going to drop from being effective to being ineffective, I think is negligible because that person's ineffective rating has bearing on the principal's rating. At some point, we have to say that we can't calculate. I mean, I know you agree with me on this, but we can't calculate everything from here. It just has to be our people in the field doing intelligent things based on their own self-interest, and I think they are.
And so if the value added is ineffective, even though they've been highly effective for 2 or more years because of class size increase or because of the lack of validity in the assessment, they lose the position. Is that correct?
No, they don't lose their position.
They're put on
an intensive correction plan, which is what should happen, frankly, at the school level anyways.
1301 discipline regulations. Again, I'm not opposed to this one. It's not clear to me. Suspension shall not be for more than the number of school days remaining in the school year. A kid hits a teacher the last day, what happens?
Mr. Free, your time is up, but we're going to continue so we can get the answer.
I'm just asking questions. The time is the answer.
You're not really supposed to do that. I'm just allowing it.
All right. I will quickly finish this. And again, I'm not opposed. I
Yeah.
think generally speaking, that's true, but in this case, it seems to create an issue.
Well, it just creates an issue insofar as if they seek to suspend the child again coming back into next year, they may do that. But on one suspension, the idea that the student wouldn't have to report because the student was suspended on the first day of school in any way, we hear from the field does not create a good situation.
Yeah, we may want to look at that policy. I don't disagree. It just, here's the issue, and it occurred to me. One of our teachers was hit by a student the last day of school. The board called a special meeting that night, suspended the kid for the entire year, and took all of his credits away. They wanted the message to be clear. Even if it's the last day of the school, you do not deal with issues of that nature. Real quickly, the last two issues, 2303 through 2315 deals with curriculum. There are two issues there. 2305 F2, I think you deleted the word program and didn't mean to. It should be a typographical, I suspect, so you may want to change that.
Good point. Thank you.
Yes, and the other issue is my concern about, my understanding is the core content is that local states and local districts can still develop alternative and elective programs. This would repeal all of that and take all of that language out. I think that may be a concern in the long run.
Mr. Spree, this needs to be your last question.
Yes, ma'am, it's not a question now.
Can you?
It's a comment.
Wayne, can you give us the citation on the last one just so we can look at it? Where were you looking before?
2303 through 2315 elective programs, and you've taken out all the language that deals with developing a local curriculum and adding material. Again, I don't know that that's necessarily terrible. The intent, though, would have gone beyond what I think the core content does. The last comment is a quickie based upon the comments that have been made around physical education. I played basketball and baseball in school. Never could understand it. Made no sense whatsoever that here I'm practicing constantly, and I've got to take a PE course until I was no longer in a position to play team sports. The fact that I was taught to play tennis, to swim, to do lots of other things that were individual sports in PE class were critical. When I look back at my friends, the football players, the basketball players, the baseball players who never learned individual sports and individual physical education, it's a part of our problem today, and I'm not sure you should completely eliminate those issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Free. That's our last speaker. Ms. Bopey, I think you had said you wanted to comment after the speakers. Was that correct? Or who was it? Was it you?
I would actually like to make a substitute motion to defer this to the next meeting.
Till January or till tomorrow? I mean, are you deferring?
Yeah, to January.
If I could comment.
Can you speak to it?
Yeah, the reason is because of the amount of changes that are being proposed here. I mean, I did have the opportunity, fortunately, to read all of this on a plane ride, and I have very in-depth notes, but it's 10 to 2, and I haven't had lunch yet, so I can't engage in that at the level that I think is necessary to process the kind of answers that I'm going to get to these questions. So.
If I could speak, I mean, and I don't want to suggest to the board, Madam Chair, how it conducts its business, but if we are, I think, more than happy to answer whatever questions we can, Ms. Bopey, and if it has to be after lunch, then clearly my staff is prepared to do that. I have some concern about the length of time that we have worked with districts on this. Frankly, the amount of conversation we've had with board members about this, and the need for districts to be able to do planning on these issues, I think calls for us to not delay on this question. But I, of course, leave that to the discretion of the board.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
In light of the board process of notice of intent, and there's one comment, this will come back to the board, and that is, in fact, what triggers the board's engagement with community going forward, and the fact that the Superintendent Falk reported to us that this has been reviewed by the superintendents, and that they are in support of this. And also knowing the amount of work and what this represents to our districts in terms of releasing them from a tremendous amount of bureaucracy and allowing them to go forth and do what's important to us, and that's raise student achievement. I'm not going to support your motion to defer. I think there is a very strong process for what you're looking for, and I think there's opportunity for you to get the answers you need, and the board will actually revisit this over a 4 or 5 month process. So I'm sorry, Ms. Bofi.
Ms. Buffy, are you making did you make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, you made a motion.
And I say that as a maker of the primary motion.
And so we will now have to take a vote on the substitute motion.
Ms. Beebe?
Yes.
Ms. Beebe votes yes. Mr. Bennett?
No.
Mr. Bennett votes no. Ms. Dastu?
No.
Ms. Dastu votes no. Mr. Garvey? Mr. Garvey's absent. Mr. Gio?
Yes?
Mr. Gio votes yes. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Ms. Orange Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones votes yes. Mr. Romer?
No.
Mr. Romer votes no. Ms. Ms. Bofi?
Yes.
Ms. Bofi votes yes. Ms. Bradford, do you wish to vote? 5 to 3.
Yeah.
So you don't have to vote. Motion passes.
So this item is deferred until January. This is our last item on the agenda, and so we are now adjourned. We will be taking a break.